you to take this in context. Think about what he just said. By the way, it gets worse. Didn't design the study in the right way.
We are live. Hopefully everybody's doing well today. We're going to get into some attack leveling, predominantly. Maybe a little bit of other stuff, but
Because I know you're not a doctor. You will say that. They took a number of people in this study and took them to the hospital. There was not a difference in it seemed
take shirt off.
Pardon there, Dev?
that we should have designed the study differently because it's proven that proper wound care and basic nutrition, which is what
It's like a
hospital had the same improvements. You can go and read the study, but this the shot in the left.
I'll be right back. Gotta use the can.
Ozzy's gonna take his shirt off and he's gonna dance.
Nope.
Like Cardi Boy.
No.
Nope. Nope. No way.
But yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well.
I can't sub you yet. It hasn't expired yet. It says it expires today. Oh, and it shows my sub badge too.
For sales. And you know what? Got $1 billion. Getting interviewed. So now that you've learned about, you've met promised friends, what's what kind of help they give them? A lot of you talk about this, or a lot of people out there can be conspiratorial and assume that there are many connections in deals and handshakes and backgrounds. Seldom do you get to see it. Remember, biggest success is very largely dependent on big government contracts. So how portray all the treatment, all the companies portrayed in the media, how that relates to approval and certainly public perception. Public is
He's Ozzy. There's no way to teleport.
I'll be right back.
Is there?
I'm in Vera.
Hello?
Are you doing the waterfall quest, Dev? I'll be right back.
Hello.
I was trying to get to the waterfall.
Want the story to be. Isn't that the theme of all of this? It really is so tiresome. It's exhausting to know that people who have no business exerting this kind of control over your lives have been given the fast lane to do so. Right now we're dealing with a city where you have people who are not able to work.
I gotta set an alarm on my phone. Let's sec here. I'm gonna set it for 16. Start with 15 and we'll take a look at it. Okay, got a couple pieces of pizza in the oven. Let's go get in there and kill some bitches.
Where do you start the waterfall quest at?
Do you have the quest helper up?
Yeah.
Is it telling you where to go?
Yeah, it says all the way across the map every time I go there.
Do you want to know how to get there?
Shorter way.
Buy
maybe,
a games necklace off the GE and teleport
I
to
did.
teleport to Barbarian Outpost. Go up the hill that's towards the south.
Alright, I got the necklace, but
I can't sub you yet.
No?
No, it's not. It hasn't expired. Sometime today.
Okay, I'll be streaming for a bit. It's okay, Dev. You'll figure it out, one step at a time. I'm gonna at least, you know.
hey,
And that these people can look at a study and see improvement through something that we all know to be true and would be the easiest intervention to take with no side effects. Not starving, makes time and wounded look at that and see it as a disappointment tells you that their views and their goals are not aligned with yours. That's why the problem here is you never chose them to represent you. Often look at senators who talk about the swamp in Washington, D.C., and we fail to realize there are far more people with power who have never been elected, and in nobody represent your best interest. What happened? Sometimes they're diametrically opposed. You know about it. Now know about someone like people. Even in the private sector, there's influence in the government. You may not know the person who's doing that to you. You may not know the person who's involved with the policy that negatively affects your life. If you're California, Idaho, Texas, Florida.
One day at a time.
You can go down to any city hall, or go down to any state office, like your governor, your representative, and find a dozen Faucis or Jim Farmers who you don't know about, who they have on speed dial. Let's assume that everything I'm saying is complete horseshit, and you didn't have it straight up. So, assume you don't believe me. Know what the problem is?
Oops.
There would be no way of knowing.
Oh, these guys hurt.
I'm just telling you this. You feel disconnected. You know, you so much. None of this happened without you. Please consider doing it. You are the reason that a city has been shaken up. We know that people in New York lost their livelihoods. And who lost loved ones. And who lost freedom. Experiences that they will never get back. We know that they feel you see things. All I'm telling you is this: if you feel like your representation does not represent you, there's a reason for it.
I'm gonna spark one.
There's one with these publicly available. You can check out more footage. Run club, join there. None of this happens without you. Thank you for the impact that you've made. Company, according to his words, he has been the New York Times Benjamin Ryan actually getting ahead of it after a new video on Monkey Bar basically saying like, hey, Dr. Brahma reached out to me several times. I didn't think it was right to quote him because now that he's in the private sector. So there's some damage control going on right now, getting up very quickly ahead of it. So that's a really big deal. Also, the councilman, Holden, who decided actually had to put out something about this, so Big Pharma doesn't expose the truth. He's actually going to nickname Big Pharma. Good job on him. Expose the truth. Let back up for 3 minutes. Expose the truth about pharmaceuticals, these companies, so-called health experts. They're only about their bottom line, not about public health. So that's exactly the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And this is kind of going back to part 1. Kyrie Irving. So if you guys remember, Pharma said that this is something that actually he had a lot of doing. He didn't say posted. He posted, yes, posted, and giggled. By the way, when he said he maybe is wrong, yes, exactly that, yes. So Kyrie Irving basically put this out on part 1 and said, God is truly the greatest, and the truth is always revealed in the light. I'm grateful I am not alone on this mission. Rise up and out of the ashes, no matter what. Hello, I don't know. Well, I will say this, because the couple one is directly affected Kyrie Irving. But hey, Aaron Rodgers, maybe you should call people. Right? Call them from for you. But we would like to know who's behind it. You have a reason for these decisions that seems to define any celebrity. By the way, high-performing individual. Please make your voices heard. We can prove the Kyrie Irving thing because the guy was dumb enough to brag about it. I guarantee you, Rodgers has his own mark. And I guarantee you do too. There's more. There's so much more than that. There are people from Los Angeles. I'm sure. They're from Chicago. I'm sure. They're from Cincinnati. Right? Like they're across the country. San Francisco for sure, where you know. So we're doing these same kinds of things. Like LWC tips at protonmail.com if you are one of them.
Which bookshelf? Oh, there's these stairs.
You found it? Did you get the games necklace?
Yeah, I got the games necklace. I'm doing the quest. I just can't find the book.
I gotta look at that quest again. Give me a second. Try to remember what part you're on.
I'm at the last part of the investigation.
Oh, okay. I can't even look up the quest because I've already done it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's here somewhere. It's probably in a list of stuff I've already done. Completed or something, right? So, is there a completed section? I don't see it. Hey, there's a mithril sword on the ground.
Maybe it's in my backpack. Yeah, it is. Never mind. It was in my backpack.
Behind me, everyone, and as you can imagine, this car was not around in the 1970s. Crime, not. That's the car. On the front fenders, you've got these louvers trying to escape.
That was on the.
As you can see, there are slight differences. I mean, the rear window is trying to escape the vehicle's body itself, and there are slight issues that make the car not an exact replica. on the front fenders, you've got these loopers going down the inside. Completely different, which I'm going to show you on the screen for what they look like on the real car. And you've got steel wires, you've got some amazing banded steels on the back.
I'm almost level 56 on attack.
But I tell you what, if Google Survival was off and you saw this coming the other way, you would just assume.
Get your defense up too.
It's at
One
six.
D2
It's at
sword.
60.
Oh, awesome. Cool, dude. You'd be a good tank.
And my strength's at 62. Not 62, but you know what I mean, 60 as well.
But first of all, we're going to have a little look around. So you've got wire wheels, like a 16-inch commit, but there, 15-inch, and these are original knockoffs.
What the hell is that?
So basically, these wheels have got a spline that bolts up, whacked into and doing flying from the front and the rear. The body itself is fiberglass. As you can hear, the original Datsun under there as well. Moving down, and the doors are also fiberglass. It's basically a full composite fiberglass body. Walk around to the rear, the black sound rear window is in there, but you've got these original style lights. And on these original lights, give them a little look. And there you go. STD 67. These lights here could have possibly been on their real price.
I love high alchemy. It's so cool that you can turn items into gold.
And they've got 1967 actually on them. You've got the flare on the rear, and then in the boot, as you can see, you've got this big part here. That's the original back pan of the 240, and you see the spare wheel and the tool where the battery was the indicator. It flew luckily from Law Hill or Melbourne, and that's inside on the roof lining. Look down past the side. There's no big scrapes, there's no big dents. Craig is above and beyond getting this guy out in one piece and making sure that it wasn't damaged. So as you can see, it is really, really clean. You've got the original style grill flap clipped out on this side here. This is the dummy. It's exactly as it should be on the real Ferrari. What I do love is the fact that they use the 240Z. For the reason that you've got these lovely steel window frames to give you that authenticity. The car, you've got steel red at the front, but in here is where it gets really interesting. You've got these here, these twist round, these your that bonnet down, you twist it around without damaging the paint, good person, and then you lift up, and you get to see this. This is a 2.4 or a 2.393 litre Drake 6 running on, these are what they call twin 40s or twin 45s, depending on what they are. Oh, they can easily be 50. You've got 3 of those on the front of a one system. They said this Datsun engine was one of the best engines. You could actually balance a 50-50 piece on the engine, and it wouldn't fall out of that. That's how smooth this engine was. You've got the original internal legs, you've got the internal legs, so the original Datsun brake are very easy to get readily available. You've got the alarm on it, you've got the key on it, it's super, super cool. You've got straight away, you've got 100 power power, you know. Amazing engine straight away. It's a really, really good start. The Datsun power plant is amazing. And you've lost quite a lot of the weight in the body. You've got a lot of steel and replaced the fiberglass. I'm going to let Matt, my amazing, you don't really go checking out social. I'm going to let him open that door, and I'm going to get him on the other side, right? Because in here is the truth and the reality behind the fact that this car has been stored. But get down here, Matt. Absolutely fantastic. So all the internal seals and the A-pillars are all steel. They're originally off the 240Z as well as the roof is also metal. And it's where I need you people at home to let me know if it's white or it's rock. Ferrari, that's how you know it's a Ferrari. In here you've got these leather seats that were really nice, the bolsters up. But this dashboard here, is this something you would assume as being real and like being as near to a Ferrari as possible? You know, it doesn't know what a real Datsun is like. I'm going to put one on the screen now because I don't have any ideas. I'm going to put it on the screen. And yeah, you can either say it is good or it isn't, but that's pretty amazing. And as you get it, it's cobweb. Like you can't fake it.
Almost halfway to level 44 prayer. I'm halfway to level 65 health. Really close to level 41 agility.
Typical game, gated look, which is really, really cool. Tunnel here, so this tunnel here, would go above that, like that, be bolted on, and then this would go over the top. Absolutely fantastic. All these little details really help you build cars like this. That is a transmission tunnel, so very well done. Two seats like that, gives you your armrest, nice. But really,
I gotta go to the stove.
replicas for me,
How's it going over there, Dev?
so much for me, because
Trying to get to Gnome Village.
You gotta go to Gnome Village?
You gotta go to Gnome Village.
Oh, you do? There are barbarian
Yeah.
outposts close to it. Yeah, the barbarian outposts are very close to it if you warp there.
Where is it?
What? It's to the left. Or, if you look at the map, it's to the west. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's so.
Isn't about trying to fake someone, it's about putting a smile on someone's face as they see their dream car going by, even though it's not. And for me, the reason it gets real, the reason it really blows my mind, is to know what the Sims all weather, some rock hair, and there is just no rock, it's all solid. And you look at it really, because this is hidden from the paint from hidden from the sun for years. Because the car just polished up really, really well. They put a spanner on the engine, so that it turns over, it does turn over free, which is really good. It is only showing 2,500 miles this kit car has ever turned a wheel, but I wonder really how it by itself, because originally it could have been a very special car. And the key here doesn't look anything like that here. It's a Ferrari. There's a box. There's boxes and boxes of keys to work through to see if we can find the original keys, but hell's like absolutely love it. Before we end the video, and before I let you know what we're going to do, we're going to throw one out on to show you where we're switching the back. Details, the perfections and the imperfections. And I was thankful to Craig Tupper for allowing me to come up here and look at this. Can afford it, I'm not. I'll work into it. He's a rich guy, he's onto a free
That was
cash.
close.
Everyone loves a free cash.
Who's streaming?
You like the Ferrari?
Me.
Yeah, this is awesome. I can help. Okay, so go to the center of the Tree Gnome Village and go down the ladder at the entrance. So you need to go south through East Ardon. Keep going south. You're doing perfect. And then go to the starting point on the northwest side of the maze.
Dead down. Oh, there's the wall.
Yeah, go through that wall crack. By the way, if you do one of the tasks for the Tree Gnome Village, there's a spirit tree right next to that wall that you're about to go out of. Look at that tree and look at it. It's a spirit tree. See it? That little tree that just appeared? You can use it to teleport in the future when you do another task. So yeah, when you do the task, you'll be able to teleport. But you can't right now because you haven't done the mission called Tree Gnome Stronghold or some shit. But you can do it at another time. So yeah, keep heading south, across the bridge. Turn on your run because it's at 100. There you go, and then keep going south towards the right a little bit. Yep, there it is. There's the start. This is where the quest is, I think, Dev, so you'll be given a task. But this is where the other quest is. But anyway, go across the bridge. Run! Yeah, go across the bridge, and then go to where the blue line starts, in the corner at the top there.
You can see here, this is the last time the car was on the road. So July 2004, which is very, very cool.
Don't worry, with that.
Matt, you jump in the passenger. And then in the car here, you can really see how gorgeous. The mileage, you need to look at that in the future, but so that you beautiful.
Don't go chasing waterfall.
Nothing like that. The additional car cover, the Porsche 911 book, and manual. Well, and that's what
Holy.
Don't go smoking spirit leaves. Leaves.
Smoking spirit trees.
Spirit leaves.
Trees.
Spirit trees.
Devil spirit trees.
Don't go smoking the spirit trees. An out-body experience.
I just attacked from home by accident. Should I attack these giants?
If you wanna, you can keep going through them if you prefer.
Don't go smoke spiritual marijuana leaves.
Spirit tree.
If these guys are gonna kill you though, Dev, be careful. You have to get the item in there and get out of there, I think.
I have to get out of there. So
I think you need to go through the gate in the west room. So there's a room that you need to go in the west side.
Oh,
I didn't find. I picked up a key.
Go to the other side. You can turn your camera angle too.
Here's the door. These must be troll instead of gnomes. I think I had bread on them.
I think I just hit level 56 attack.
Where'd you now? She stepped to the next
you can actually take that and give you another level of safety. But as you saw in the last video, the pack comes free with every
Are you there?
Yeah.
Did I go through the wrong exit?
No, you did fine. Now it says go bank everything in your entire inventory, all weapons, all gear, except the pebble and some food. Do you have that pebble in your inventory?
Yeah.
Keep it on you, deposit all your gear, including your stuff you have equipped, and only bring food and the pebble. Like, bring shitloads of food.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave my rooms.
No, don't worry. All you got to do is come back to where it is. Like, is there a bank nearby? Yeah, I think there is. Go look at your map. Look at the map. There's a bank nearby. Go up towards the Tree Gnome Village, or not the Tree Gnome Village. You know what I mean. Go up towards there in East Ardone. Bam, there you go. See the bank there in the north of East Ardone? Go to that bank and deposit all your stuff, and then go north up towards the waterfall with just the pebble and the food.
You know what I'm gonna do? Use
What?
game. Use the game necklace.
Can you go to East Ardone?
Yeah, I think I
Put
did.
your stuff in the bank on the north side of the city, and then just walk out of the gates towards the fucking waterfall with food and the pebble.
I'll go to the barbarian outpost first.
No, don't do that. It would be quicker for you to walk to the city. It's the same distance. Are you able to get out of the maze? You know which way you went, right?
Barbarians, he smoked the spirit trees.
Manual 5-speed, absolutely gorgeous. So Mr. Craig Tupper, he has gone above and beyond. Not only allow me to be the only person to film these cars in depth and go through them, he's given his word to the owner that he was going to be respectful of the prices, and that's why I'm so happy that a couple of scrapboards hadn't gone in and just, rinsed this old man at his absolute price and glory. The Maserati, the Ferrari, and the amazing Porsche 911. A massive thanks to each and every one of the team here at Craig Tuppers. They've been phenomenal. Thanks to those who allow me to use parts of your videos to make this on. So, thank you. Another episode of Wait Break. The Maserati is for sale. The Ferrari is for sale. The Porsche 911 is maybe for sale. But thanks for watching another episode. See you next week.
There's spiritual.
And chat, you ladies too, are very important. Thanks for watching, guys. Now what you know is click on followed by the bell icon. What the bell icon allows you to do is let you know when we release new videos every single week. Because there's a crazy video with Snoop Dogg's Cadillac and Deville. We're also available on amazing platforms like Facebook, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, and even TikTok. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. Keep being amazing.
Hey Dev, if you click outside the maze, it'll take you outside the maze. It'll find a path. As soon as you're out of the maze, go north back to the city and go to the north side of the city and put all your stuff away except the pebble and tons of food.
Nothing's been removed, nothing's been messed with, except the whole fire thing, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then there's the supercharger. I do have one. I didn't know, however, from the wide side, people will refer 1,000 horsepower. Down to the intercooler and the grill.
Yeah, so you don't have to load up a bit.
Right. If it gets pushed up, it'll trigger the safety of the power off.
Pardon?
Ozzy,
Yeah.
I don't have to load
You
up
gotta
for
get a screwdriver first.
That's okay, man. I understand. I'll talk to you when you get back.
Just press it down.
I know where I left off.
And sometimes if you pull it up the track where you get the weight off, you can kind of push the pedal down.
It's not all good news. At some point, there's been some really bad work done to this car. Fuel system, it is all over the place. Fitting, just a really poor job. And it's probably why this car caught fire first. Firing is the worst house. This will be everywhere. There's no less than a value that carbon rates in my home that's taken together. Luckily, that's right. Look at the shoddy work on the right way. Way around. It is, after all, the best Corvette color ever produced. The only real damage is the driver door. I don't know what the deal is with this. Maybe it was a fire trying to pry the door open after. But it shouldn't be too bad of a fix. As for the interior, it's dusty. It's a little dirty, but it's in really nice shape. Compared to this driver airbag is some very questionable changes. It's all you could ever want to salvage auction buy. All that is awesome, but it is all potatoes compared to this. Yeah, that's got blood on it? No, but it is ours. Back here in the Chevys or LSs in general, we already know how special that is. It's not, well, like, the engine is supposed to come in this car, and the engine I thought I was getting, 6.2-liter aluminum LS3. They are by every metric. Awesome engine, but if you're
Hello, how's it going?
really big horsepower, like
Pardon?
with a very large supercharger, they're not going to cut it.
That's good.
Really want to make things. Want to push the limits, you gotta switch to an aftermarket engine block like the LSX.
I'm just eating.
The LSX block
Have you eaten yet?
very specific thing, a lot of power without turning the dust. Unlike
Just having what's left.
parts from the factory, the LSX.
That's good.
Boom means it can handle a lot more abuse. Real
You got that all stuff all
so
sorted out
when
though?
it comes to cylinder head now, most factory LS engines are 4 main head bolts. Your cylinder head, 2 torque blocks per cylinder. As you can see on this engine, it used to be an LS7. Most of the aftermarket blocks, though, these are redesigned with 6 bolts per cylinder. That means, more or less, they're handling a lot.
Just the last of the pizza.
Airplanes that
And then I'm gonna have a snack later with some of the buns.
6.2 liters, all the way up to over
Some of the buns and
common is 427
potato salad.
7 liters. As for what ours
Mhm.
is, don't know. Let's turn apart to find out.
You wanna spark a couple?
So much at this point. Bring the oil in.
It's okay. You having a good evening? That's good.
Other foreign substances, it's not. The plug itself has a little bit of material in it.
I'm almost done, so give me 1 sec here.
Kind of expect to add this little bit of sludge. Again, I give this thing really nice part. Still holds up. Really nice temporary setup. Yeah. First, for Corvette transmission are in the rear. Yeah,
Just eat the last of my pizza.
What this transmission brace does, give this transmission differential assembly at least a shot of state it won't be making crazy power like this. On the other hand, though, we've got just the happiest what I have to imagine are exhaust cutouts welding into the X-Pipe. Luckily, with the way I plan to build this car, it doesn't necessarily need an exhaust, so I'm not too worried about it. Let me clarify. It doesn't necessarily need an exhaust.
Ow.
Brake burners, but this is the biggest deal in the world. I'm much more concerned about the fact that we had 0 past side front brake calipers. Wrongfully assumed it was cuffed up under the car like the rest of the calipers, but the hose is straight cut off. Maybe it happened when it was being loaded on transport, which means it's probably on the side of the highway somewhere between Chicago. Unlike the exhaust, we will need brakes. We will have to source them. Your brake caliper, luckily they're not too horrendously expensive.
Doesn't seem to be
This
bloody.
part of the side though, everything's coming apart really smoothly. Haven't found any really need to do that.
Spark it up.
Rear half of the drivetrain. Now that we got this whole back half of the drivetrain out of the car, you get a lot better idea of how its transmission brakes work. There's a plate that bolts here to the front of the transmission, then two more plates that bolt to the side of the rear differentials. From there, there's bars top and bottom via beam it.
Don't spark another one. Pardon? Okay, one sec, I gotta pack it. My nose is gonna need a good fucking clearing in a sec here.
Way down the hatch or whatever. These fuel parts. Always
Spark it up. Oh, wait a minute, what am I saying? I couldn't even hear you for a sec there, you weren't on speaker, sorry about that. Are you packed? I apologize, spark it up.
Take a second here to appreciate the ingenuity that went into the mounting of the light wall valve assembly. Really, really. Here by a zip tie. Amazing. Huge. Oh. Here, what's it? Here's the silver one. That was attached to the backside of that valve cover. The orange one, that was attached just to the drive zone. Have at it. Taking the one that looks nastier visually.
One sec, I gotta blow my nose.
Why does it look like water? You know that water runs for like fluid. Nasty. Not much of it, it's just like rusty type water that I just put to. Something like that. But it does smell like eating. For your official say,
Sorry about that.
what the
Ugh.
a washer fluid bottle or reservoir for an alcohol injection system.
So what are you up to now?
Reservoir full of either
What are you up to now?
alcohol, and this pump based on a certain set of parameters like RPMs, miles per sister,
Right on.
just like nitrous gas.
Hard to hear ya.
Run a race gas or 85 like we're gonna be, this really
Right on.
unnecessary complication, but we're just gonna ask for one thing. We'll keep
It's nice outside.
brand this all that's have parking problems from the factory. So okay, they're decent, I've heard of them before, and love to see that, right? Once again, no surprise here with the engineering, assembly genius.
Did you say you had something to eat or just a coffee?
Ready to pull this engine out. These guys, they look like only a full four lines.
What kind?
Somewhere where the OEM World Tour definitely does
Nice.
not go. I don't know if you guys can see it.
That's awesome.
Below
Below the knee. Below knee. It's like, what are you eating below knee? Oh, why are you not eating above knee?
Zero airflow. I mean truly zero. Not have one at all, but geez.
Excuse me, that's funny.
Longer than it's trying to digest all the carbon.
I'm stretching. Yeah, I'm just playing some RuneScape. I'm streaming it if you want to check it out. It's on YouTube and Twitch. It's not obviously super action packed, but I still am having fun. Oh, you did? Do you want to smoke one more before you go, or are you good? Okay, let me pack it here. I'm packed. You're packed too? Oh, okay. I just didn't know what you said. Sorry. I'm gonna put you on speaker. There we go. Spark it. Oh, that was a good one. Heck yeah. So what are you gonna do now? You're gonna go do clean up something you said that you made a mess? Okay. Sounds like a plan. I love you too. Bye for now. Oops.
because we're against the girls like $2,000, which is wild to me. It's a really fire. I think it's never a great sign when you look down at your objector bosses and fire extinguisher. There's really not a lot. It's like salvage and rebuild. Something got me with the objector. Melted plastic housing that just go down. I do have a 6-cylinder project. That's not really truly damaged by fire. So maybe this was just fake. It's dusting. Oh, CSE ported. Oh. That nasty auto. Oh, where it's coming from? I still think a lot of this is from the power steering pump. There. What? The good news is there's no unique collection of metal in the bottom of the oil pan. We're seeing inside the engine so far, I am way more confident in it than I was before we started pulling it apart. Next to that, there is one 14, 15 millimeter bolt on the windage tray, and the rest of them, they're 13 millimeters. Hardware inside the engine, never really a good thing, even if it's on the windage tray. That's something you really like. One washer down. Whoa, that is great. Just like the inside of the head, this is really, really nice shape. After what we got inside, first thing I noticed are these stacked washers on the main hat bolts with these little posts mount a windage tray. What that does faces the windage tray out a little bit, clear crankshaft along the throat. Next thing that's immediately obvious are these billets to me. This might be that nothing. Beautiful. Cool. Like, really hard to see. Look closely to see it says Steve Morse. Not. No. Right there on the crankshaft. Really see. 4,000, which I presume means it's a 4-inch stroke. The stack rod writing out exactly what it is. Up. 6 1/8 blade. Jump. Okay. So, 135,764. 2015. Okay. We will have to look this up to see exactly what it means, but it's a 4-inch stroke. That checks out. Try some. That checks out. Dragon Slayer trick. Sounds cool. The rods are just what those are doing. $100. Frank, $2,800. So here's where we stand. Let's confirm their rods, their crank, both rated the full power we need, so we're good there. The concern and him pointed out that on the oil pan gasket also has a 2015 date code, so I truly think that it is almost here. Sorry, Silver has to go. In the clock PRC, they will find out these are the 285cc heads. At this point, we know pretty much everything about this engine, except how big it is. Now, I'm going to do 60s loaded rod cockpit down here, while Tim has the thermometer ready. Everything adds up. This engine being built within 2000. Aftermarket engines I've ever got to sell in an auction car. 10 liters, seemingly at least all the right parts. The only thing we don't know about this right now, at least, the only thing I'm forced pistons that are sitting inside here don't appear to be available from sale. There are a lot of these engines there, so if you use one of their in-house builds, you have to pull out the hoping we'll hear that from them. Force contract out the diamond. To be honest with you guys, can't interpret some of this. You can't confirm our port size, confirm that it's 427. Also, consider that it's a 9-to-1 compression ratio, and ironically, it's rated for exactly 50 square. Yeah, Ford actually assembled this engine in. Remember this? Earlier in the video, I called this thing up. Tell them what we know now. Tell them what's inside this engine. It's something beyond that. You're supposed to know this when the real fun starts. Oh, we got no. For this, a 1992 Oval Field Cutlass Supreme International Edition, and it's safe to say that I've loved the car ever since I pushed it off the trailer in front of my shop. It wouldn't start back then, but I didn't care. I was sold after seeing the cool blue 90s aqua, the back heads-up display, the coolest specs you've ever seen, and so much more. Now, I diagnosed the no-start issue as a bad ignition control unit, and I replaced the starter and oil filter cover while I was in it. I also unit and fuel tank with the help of my kids, and then it was time to dig V6 engine. I found that the timing belts had worn out, so out with the old, in with the new, along with some various pulleys, new down cover gaskets, and the super loud fuel injectors were swapped out with new quiet ones. The Cutlass was running better than ever, and after converting it from R112 to R134A, I was comfort. Now at this point in time, I've already gotten my $3,000 worth out of this car. The pure joy that it's just in the last few weeks is more than I ever expected from a car this cheap. But I plan on keeping this thing, and although it looks great right now, it needs a little love. It's been sitting outside for 7 years, so the paint is a little faded. The pinstripes are kind of waving goodbye to themselves. So there are a few deep scratches that have to be fixed DIY style. We're also going to restore these factory Cutlass Supreme wheels. There will be some paintwork, there will be buffing, polishing, coating, and major decisions being made. This is a tough call. And it's legit street car, so you know we gotta sprinkle in some mechanical work. And after that, it is the race of a century, a race every single one never knew to see. You know, we're gonna find underneath this plate. Definitely not a fan of the front plate, especially when you have it really cool front. And I think these neat for 90s, it's everything. Hoping these little slats go around with this. Okay. Here, look, this one didn't break through. There were know if there's anything going on. Hasn't gone through either. So that's perfect. And you know, I'm keeping this original front license plate bracket. I'm going to use it, but I'm keeping it. We're going to remove the 13 for the wiper arms. And just going to thread this back on a little. I'm going to give this 2 love taps. They do make a special tool that half just won't fit around here. And they don't break. Some things are so surprising. Like These are just as exposed as the others. This. Which. It's like the fancy piece, the upper portion. Well, this is hard plastic, which means it's brittle. This is glue though. You'll be able to restore this. This is where the washing up. It's I should have done this from the get-go. You know, get all the dirt there. These drains, sometimes these can clog up, and water will build up in there and eventually make its way past the firewall into the. That is no good. But these look good. Let's get the cleaning. First wash, in like probably about 8 years. Dirt. Forever. Now you can shine. Look at all the water sticks to the paint. This thing probably hasn't been waxed in forever. We're gonna be redoing the thin striping. And sometimes the pressure washer will take most of this off. And I did take measurements, so we know exactly where it goes. Before you hit this with chemicals or any kind of wheels, hit it with water. The pinstripe itself is all going away. And then this is the adhesive right here. So now we're going to start off with one of the weaker solutions to get the adhesive off, which is rubbing alcohol. So always start with the most gentle product, especially on an older car. And that's pretty much not working. That's fine. All right, we're gonna bump this up to mineral spirits. That is definitely better. Oh yeah, look at that. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. And there's no blue. Yeah, we're just gonna take a little bit of the old elbow grease, wrist grease, it's hand grease. Those parts of the body, no red. Look at that though. That paints, you guys. This is a great preview of what this car's gonna look like once it's bought. It's a metallic aqua. It's so pretty. You guys know my neighbors drop off rags at my house. Look at what this is might be from the 90s or 2000s. I'm not sure, but we're definitely using it. They're all stretched out. Some of them somewhere isn't worth anything, but we're using this on this car. It's fitting. This mint guy is gonna save us. Yeah, we're blasting off a little. This part we're gonna have to. Alright, this is one of the parts. We don't want to mess up this sticker. We'll try to be gentle and kind of back this up so we don't bend it. Too much for my baby. But I don't want to sticker. Up. Really focusing on this front license plate, all these little groups, I don't know what we call these, but these flats, almost like car equipment. Dirt gets in there. Flush up the rest of the car, so we're gonna get a rinse. We're gonna do a couple your car after a nice salty day where salt is literally heating your car away and devaluing it. This will blast it right off. And I'm gonna get underneath the rockers as well, since we're gonna be bumping in here. We don't want any contamination at all. So we're gonna use the Hershey plate mints. They're fantastic. We're gonna use them over and over. This is super quick. Oh man, wish you guys could feel it. It's like sandpaper. The first couple times you rub the clay mint on, and it just gets smooth as glass. Here, it's awesome. So basically, we're pulling up the mints in the clear coat, and you're gonna want to keep water, and I'm gonna rinse this off. The car's gonna sit around outside forever. You're gonna have a lot of clear coat that you can't see, and then you don't want to grind it with buffers. So I'm gonna go do this all around the car. Take about 10-15 minutes. It's a great thing. your car can have gigantic drying spell time. Man, this thing is it's dry. That's cool. Dry this thing up and put it in this position on the quick jacks for some intense detail. It's not gonna be fun though. I moved the Oldsmobile on the quick jacks. This is where it's gonna be for the next few days during restoration. And I have to make a parts run, and before I do that, I just want to test a few areas of the car. We're gonna start off with this hood. It is super oxidized, and I'll start with the medium foam with the fine polish steel part. Here we go. What is this thing? Good luck from Jason at Car Supply Warehouse. One thing that I used to do is I used to run around like this, and he said, slow it down, dude. Slow it down. Went over to the tape lines accidentally. Oh my goodness, though. Are you serious? Wow. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried here. You know, just being outside for 7 years, being an older car, you know, am I gonna burn through easily? Clear. Okay. So here's our oxygen. To our new area. Fluorescents don't fly. That is a bunch of this. Completely different surface of another planet. Wow. Let's get up close for scratches. Did we just pull all? So, look at this, guys. So, like, it's hard to scratch this one. Yeah, you can definitely see there are swirls and scratches. Look at the left-hand side of the screen, but not in here. Oh, that is fantastic, guys. That means we can use a medium mold with the fine polish. That combination is simply working. So this can be a step in. And you're also ceramic coating the whole car, which is going to make this paint shine even more. Watch this. I guess the tape line. Kind of pointless in this situation. So way over the tape line, but there you go. Tape line, and stuff. Yeah, you know, I've been coating all of my cars for the last like 6 years. That's a fantastic, reliable product. It's so good. Wipe it on, wait like 60 seconds, wipe it off. If you can wax the car, so right now, if the car was, you know, cleaned up, you know, like half of the hood, and then come back like this up. But it's 60 seconds. Simply wipe away the excess, and what we've done here is filled the pores of the clear coat with the ceramic coating, so it's going to give it a deeper, glossier shine, but it's also going to protect it for years. Unlike wax, which only gives you a couple of months of protection, so this will protect from UV rays. Like basically, had they ceramic coated this before it sat for 7 years, the hood wouldn't look like this. And so look at our metallic. If there were little scratches in here, the ceramic coating will fill those as well. So on a car like this, you definitely still want to buff it out. But if you don't get it perfectly, don't worry about it. If you're going to ceramic coat it, it's going to look well like this. Now later, you're going to see how great the car looks fully coated. But that one thing is having a limited time sale. So normally each DIY kit sells for $75, but if you click buy down below, you're going to get 2 kits, 2 of them for only $50. One of these is enough for a small to medium-sized car. Have a truck or an SUV, you definitely need 2, and then with the glass, wheels, the trim, the paint, these kits can definitely sell out, and they do these crazy limited time deals 2 for $99. So if you want to ceramic coat your car now, it's the perfect time, and all you have to do is click on the link down below, and the deal is automatically applied. So take advantage, click the link. I think I'm going to repeat these, and I also want to get some good touch-up scratches, but before I go to the paint shop, I just want to make sure you get black paint. I'm just going to try buffing them out. This is actually kind of coming back. I'm surprised. Crazy, for sure this paint is gone, but you can see right in this area, I didn't really hit it that hard, and that's how faded it was. And over there, it's like giant piece. We're going to go with a medium pad and a little bit heavier. Looking really good. It's not perfect, but it's looking much better. Okay, just for a little bit of a comparison, this is what it used to look like. This is the passenger side, and this is what it looks like now. I haven't hit much of this. So I have black trim anyway, just in case, but that is looking really nice. We're going to go to a local paint store, and they need a sample of the car in order to get the good paint match, so I'm going to remove this. My only concern is that these bolts have never been turned, and they're painted so color of these are going to look like. I'm going to use a medium pad and a fine compound because I don't know exactly what's going on with this card's piano. Definitely doing the job. If we need to go more aggressive, we will. But we had some scratches in there. A lot of medium cards have a really hard which is a little bit difficult to block, but it means that you can get a little bit more aggressive. But you just saw what happened there. So we're going to put a little bit of escape here on the nut. Set that had pretty good this before. You just can't make it really big in your socket. Kind of still slides on there. No, let's see. The damage anything. Nope. Need to clean it, but yeah, no, we didn't scratch it up. Awesome. It's a little bit like yes, cap sample. So with the cap off, I need to remove these wheels. These are going to a powder coater. So we need to set these out because these pieces are cheap. This is painted. This actually looks good, but we might end up just re-powder coating, like stripping it down, just re-powder coating, and then machining this face. These tires are so I got some new Continentals that we put on it. The stirrup and suspension are actually great, but the brakes, we're gonna do calipers. Okay, next up, what I make my run. This is all so much fun here. Can we bring back these bumpers, or do they need to be? They have some, well, dark spots. They look very color when we're done. Now, the good thing is normally plastic bumpers are slightly a different color than the rest of the car because they're made out of plastic, but I don't know. Can we do this one day? I mean, like, here we go. Steam pad compound combo. Hopefully we can get up to where we're at. Go too far. Alright, definitely cleaned it up. We've got a lot of the same. I ended up switching to a fine foam pad. And this looks like haven't burned through. Good. It's clean. Definitely clean. Let's take here. Let's see what we got. Wow. Massive, massive difference on the bumper. Look at that. And look at it from far away. Yeah, that's crazy. This part doesn't even look like we watched it like at all. This is beautiful, guys. Nice. End up ceramic coating the entire part later, but I just want to know. Yeah. Color of the bumper, but I haven't, which is really nice. Crazy guy. I don't know if I've ever seen that big of a deep difference with a tape line on this channel. That's so cool. I masked off a lot of the black weather stripping because when you're buffing next to it, it can get stained. So that is all done. Windows, turbo surface window, that's good. And I love this spoiler button here. 10mm nuts, some of which have that tape on them. Look at that. Man, barely even out there. What is this? Witchcraft. They were doing what I was trying to do. Protect the nuts. It's like 4. Man, I should have done this before the car wash. It is nasty. Okay. If you're doing this at home, take your cutlass cream spoiler off, then wash the car. I'm going to spray this and try to wipe it so we don't get stuff all over the place. Can we do this? Probably not, but catching most of the dirt right now. Oh man, it's straight up. Would have been perfect for the car wash. Can we do it spoilers with the Oldsmobile? I don't think so, but it does look like little dumps on the tail lights. That's really weird. This is going to O'Hare Auto Body. That's repainted. They're going to way down. Hang on. What are we going to try? We have a 2G Eclipse spoiler. Very nice. What is to be an old got together for just this? Like, what should we do together, guys? Want to like collab or something? Like, I don't know. Spoiler. Oh. There you go. I've seen worse. No, much worse. No, this is pretty bad. Pretty bad. There's not many things I can guarantee in life, but I can guarantee you this. After I show you what I'm about to show you, you're going to say, Alex, you got 50 cents for Chevy Man. Why didn't you use that? Here is what 4 wheels and tires and a few miscellaneous body parts from an Oldsmobile cutlass spring look like in a Hellcat. They all fit. So 4 of the wheels with the old tires and more brand new tires. Well, all fits, doors closed. Look at that. See, I told you about the van. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I totally take that. I just want to, do that experiment for you guys because I know you've been asking about it. Dallas, fit like 8 tires in a Hellcat? Now you know. Just gotta go here. Working on the spoiler. I dropped off the wheels. They're working on those, and I finished up the roof. It is looking pretty, and I picked up some rust treatment, rust reformer. There's many different brands. They all kind of do the same thing, but I always like to get the version. And what you do is you just have surface rust like this, no flaky stuff. You spray it clear, and it'll react only with rust and turn. So if we get a little bit of overspray and stuff, it's not a big deal. So I've done everything under the columns. Has to do with wiper system, and we'll come back later and with the black, so kind of work like that. And you know what? Normally I would take these out, sand them, and paint them, but let's just try this. This could be really, really nice and easy touch-up in areas like this. And they do sell this in black as well, but then you're spraying everything black. It's basically like black spray paint. I like the clear stuff much better. Outside of a little bit of touch-up and ceramic coating, the whole front clip is done. Fenders, hood, bumper. Get into these little slats. Directly, it puts on anything. They have Superman. Love this color. I wish every single one of my cars was this color. This rust reformer right here pretty much didn't work at all. This is
Okay.
right. Lid, it's glossy. This is huge. So see this black trim, it looks too fresh because I just got done with that one. And go over to this side. Look at that. Here it is. Okay, close your eyes. Remember that before. Remember that before. Okay, here it is again. Before. And here is another huge difference. Stuff like this, black trim is really what makes the car look much, much newer. Here's a pretty good side by side. That's done. This is so mostly the side is a little slack. See how faded it is. There are so many rare parts of this car that I'm so fortunate are in excellent condition, like these taillights with the logo. But I have a decision to make. That is, do I keep the Quad 442 logo? I hope this car. There was a Quad 442, but I believe it was the model before this, and it had the Quad 4-cylinder engine, not the 6. So someone may have added that. I'm just not 100% sure. So like, I hate to take this off, and then it was some kind of factory thing. So I don't know. I guess I've made up my decision. I should just leave it for now. Unless you guys can help me out with the research, it's hard to tell. I think that it is for the sports. I just don't know. You guys check this out. I'm on researching once again, and I run into this car, and it's an international edition. They're like, oh, there it is. That one's got Quad 442. Look at that. It's exactly the same. This is a nice looking car right here. Oh, the exact same formats. Literally the exact same ones. That's because it's my car. It's literally the exact car right here that I just randomly found on a forum post where he was asking for it. So yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring that out, but we'll leave it at that. Let's talk about this beautiful, beautiful tail light. What do we got? That is a beautiful, beautiful tail light right there. Wow, we're one that looks like this. It's not good, but this is okay. This is ridiculous. $400 for one of these. Come on. I've had so many cars with taillights that are worth so much money according to eBay, but who's buying them for that much? Like those on eBay, people are asking $2,000. Same thing with the LS1 Trans Am. People are like, those are $1,500. Like, has anyone ever actually sold taillights for that much? It's crazy. I mean, look, I think this car's cool, and like many hundreds of thousands of you guys do too by watching the videos. But like, it's not that old. Like, are they that good? Anyway, I'm asking 8,000 taillights. I know what I got, so it's always. I just finished up the rear bumper. This thing is in such good condition. There is no spider web cracking in the car, and I did end up getting some goof off, whatever thing stuff, adhesive remover for this. And if you soak it on there a little bit, wait, minute. After a certain point, it'll get really, really slick. You can take a plastic razor blade, and it just comes right off. You can also kind of rub it out. If you don't have a plastic razor blade, it's fine. It just takes a little bit more effort. Like this, it takes up nice big chunks. Well, look at this driver's side flash. Remember that, or flash. But anyway, so let's record this. Right, front, base. Go, bam. Look at that. Do you remember what it did right now? This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. Much, much better. These slats were kind of pain in the butt. I use this like angle part. I use it. And it's so nice. And there's the best side of it. And I did not think we were going to be able to sort of settle. I thought for sure I'd take the door panel off, break every single flip, remove these and paint them, but that's not the case. I'm pretty happy with this. Seriously, guys, don't give up on your painted black trim. I mean, this can turn into this in just a few minutes. There is the finished product. Pretty. I'm gonna put a little bit. Good, yeah. I gotta say, this guy's good. This guy's good. This is how I make all my videos, by the way. I just go back and watch YouTube videos. Mostly of this guy, Legit Street Cars, who fixed a deep scratch on this blue BMW Alpina E7. Seriously, sometimes I go back to my own videos because I forgot exactly what worked, and worked so great on that car, you can barely even tell. It was key. So, yeah, that was it. I just added base color first, block sanded, and then clear. That's what we're gonna do. I went to a local auto body paint supply place and got some beautiful, beautiful paint with the match from the gas cap, so it looks really good. And I love these little dabbers. So we're gonna use a clean side of the whole t-shirt to really clean up this scratch that all of our compound t-shirts clean and the front area as well. It's good. Here's what the scratch looks like right now. You definitely feel it with your nails. Pretty deep. So we're gonna use our dabber. Tiniest amount. I got like 4 ounces of this. Dude, that was their minimum. I'll never use this, but here's what it is. Use a very, very small. This is just base coat. There's no glitter or anything together. Scratch fix because this is a very metallic part. This. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that this wasn't a full act. This just looks like a random scratch. It's like, it's impossible. Those frames are the best, so this was definitely an accident. So, kind of just coloring this in, which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm painting it like you would in your house. And so at the moment, this actually looks worse. It's highlighted the scratch, but do not worry. We're going to be sanding that out. Then it'll look even worse. Again, the front of the car does have a few corrections like that. Surprisingly, the bumper doesn't really have any at all. At some point, I'm not sure. But these are a little tricky with metallic paints. You kind of see this how at the top layer there it bunches up and causes the blue to be darker. So it'll touch up one of these spots, but puddles up from darker. A little trick I learned is I took the tip off of this, which basically is a really pointy piece of plastic. You want to put as little possible in these little chips. It's a very small dab in there. You can see it's a little darker already. What I like to do though, I have it with the Chicago Bulls t-shirt, just like that. And then I think it blends in these two here. And so I think it might be different. The other ones are right there. So you can barely tell these are here, but you can definitely tell these are here. Until the 96, 97 Bulls come in, take care of business. Now, and look at that. Look at that. You can tell. They're like gone. Wait, you can tell those are much better. Yeah, the Bulls. I mean, it's been about an hour, so this is dry. My next step is to wet sand. And let's south. And we'll start kind of disappear. No idea. So if our touch-up paint disappears like it has in these areas, that means you have filled the scratch. Tell the difference between that and the rest of the panel. So grab that, block this down, and we're taking out the high spot for the paint that we had in that starting to get much, much better. Keep things pretty wet. And I'm applying very little pressure here. Allow this guy. I mean, this one is straight up disappearing in front of our eyes. Pretty broad scratch. The idea here is to have as little amount of paint left over as possible, but just enough to fill that scratch, but not cause a high spot to it. After the Alpina video, I was like, man, I can't wait to get another scratch car. It's been like 3 years, but I've had scratch cars, but we've painted a lot of stuff too. But anyway, the old feel is satisfying that it's because I think here's where we're at. That's it. We do this more than once, so we can still see a little bit of scratch here. Go over it again. There's not a whole lot that needs to be fixed, but the wiper arms and the wiper arm stoppers on the collar, they can be fixed. I really like carbon black. Factory OEM satin finish, so that's very very light coat, and it's sanded down and degreased, prepped and ready to go. But here's what it's look like before. It will make it look a lot nicer. My first coat is drying. We gotta keep working. There's no breaks. So while I'm drying out, shaking and peeling. Shake and peel. I don't remember what was like. What did they give you? They give you the bag. You buy your own chicken. It's just a bag and seasoning. Shake and bake. Still out there with my chicken. Since we're done talking, take all of this off. Ceramic coating, which unfortunately I don't have wheels for the car here because we're not having a goal. Down my hand with some
Hello. How's it going? That's good. Just leveling my attack. Someone gave me 4 million randomly when I was playing. I was like, holy shit, thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna save that for things in the future when I need more expensive specific things, not like just random specific things. So I'm not gonna spend it all, that's for sure, right away. Just, I thought that was nice. So what are you up to? Right on. Want to spark one? Okay. Was that stalker person following you? Good. That's good to hear. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Let me pack a bong here. Shit, I'm getting whacked. There we go, he moved. Okay, I'm gonna pack one. Oh, he died. Okay, that one died. I gotta get another one going. There's strawberry seeds everywhere.
That's a way newer car, newer technology, there's stuff like that. Anyway, keep going. There's some good news.
Okay, take my glasses off. I don't know why I have my sunglasses on.
Like this, and stoppers for the wiper blades.
I'm packing.
All of their paint. And now they look like this. And the wiper arm, like this. Brand new. I love this OEM set. Perfect. Anyway, tomorrow is a new day, and tomorrow is going to be awesome. Ceramic
You're
coating.
packed,
Got
eh?
painted on the pinstripe. I found out today it's painted on. I thought it was just going to be like some kind of vinyl or something, but he's going to got like pinstripe all over that area.
Spark it up.
It's a new day. We have a 2 hours, so I do have to do a final wipe down of the car to start the coating process and have everything clean for him. But before I do that, I'll
break there. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm just chilling. Did you eat? Not yet. What are you gonna have? Hopefully. I hope so. Nice. Any specific flavor or just right on? That's a good flavor. Okay. Pardon? Oh, welcome back. These moss giants have a giant tree for their right arm. It's like a tree trunk. I thought I saw that too. Some guy was showing a video of it, or he thought it was a Sasquatch moving the trees, carrying it. Yeah. That's unfortunate too. When I went outside, I got a bit stuffy-nosed, but I just blew it and I feel a lot better. Hopefully yours will clear up soon. I saw a video online that was gross. I don't know where I saw it, but it was some girl used something through her nose and it like cleared it right out. She squirted it out through the back of her fucking mouth or some shit. I don't remember. Yeah, well, it clears it right out. All I remember is it comes out, so I figure out how to do that trick. It was like a quick clip on YouTube or some shit, or on Facebook scrolling. Apparently it clears your sinuses right out and makes it so you can breathe again. Yeah, that's what I remember anyway. Something like that.
I'm gonna stop there with 2 coats of base, and obviously you can tell where I sprayed, but it's mostly because there's no clear coat there, so that is like matte finish versus gloss. Once we get the clear, it's much nicer. But right now, I'm gonna
Spark another one in a sec if you like.
So this is 4,000 grit sandpaper, white sand again. Very light. So we're just kind of trying to blend. So here's what we have after the wet sand. That darker piece is what's left of the two going on. There's split that drive. Right now, we have to do some wet sand. So I'm gonna drive for about 2 hours and it's pretty warm in the shop. So it's 1,500 grit. Going real nice and easy at first. And this will take out all the overspray. That already looks much better. Moving on to some without grit as well. And we've removed all the overspray. Get much smoother. It's also blending the color a little light. Oh yeah, looking good. Here's where we're at right now. Pretty nicely. I'm gonna go ahead and hit it with some coarse compound. There we go. I'm done. Best get it.
I'm packed.
There we go. Okay. A lot of things you cannot see this at all, especially if there is a white.
No
No,
problem.
I didn't get it. Actually, well, I did cover up a lot of the burn and a lot of the snacks. There were multiple so, I mean, I'm in the same boat as I was where to fix it properly, especially on the tail. We have to make the entire door and blend and all sorts of madness. And it's, I don't know for that. Next,
You're packed,
for
eh?
chemicals is replacing
Okay, 2 seconds here to get to a safe spot.
even brand new cars sound like that. Thinking about it,
Spark it a sec.
we can start to
Spark it up. Oh, wait, I left it over there.
turn this around to there, right?
Sparking it.
And then tighten it up. There we go. Going down really slow with it again. Yeah. Almost. This is pretty close. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a dry run. The dry run means that we're not gonna cut the wheel at all. We can actually keep this up for a dry run, but basically you're gonna see your trace come into action without actually, it touching the wheel. So it's just gonna. That's crazy. Look at that. What's the
There we
point
go.
watching right now to make sure that there's no growths here? Yeah, basically. So when you trace a wheel, sometimes the trace is corrupted or something like that. So you'll notice that it doesn't fall. It's still
So what's your plan for or what you're up to now?
So there she is, the clear coat, and here is the clear coating. Okay, it might only cut half the wheel, or it might cut too close.
Yeah. What to doings?
Okay, so that.
Oh yeah, to the that'll be cool. Yeah. Right on though. That's cool.
So there she is, clear coat, and here is the clear coating process live.
Yeah. That makes sense. Really? Wow. Hopefully she'll be alright. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I hear ya. That's nice of you. Mm-hmm. That's funny. You have a deal, eh? Right on. I like making bread. Me too. I like making bread as well. Those cookies. Brownies are always fun to make. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Once those are on, the wheels are perfect. I'm still shocked at what the mirrors look like before and what they look like after, and how they match the two pinstripes, and just let's soak it in. Let's soak it in together. Soak. I'm gonna hold it right here in case you guys want to take a screenshot or your screensaver on your computer. Don't mind the no dumping sign and the fact that someone's dumping.
Yeah.
But there we go. Gone. I did find out that the early two-stage cars did have one stage on the bumper, which makes perfect sense.
That makes sense.
Plastic bumpers do something different than metal panels, but for not being repainted, this looks pretty good.
You're doing okay though?
There are barely imperfections at all. I did a
That's
quick
good.
interior detail. Look at that. 3,000 bucks. Freaking insane. Every single feature and button works perfectly. At the thrift store, I went. All the sleepers.
Okay, we'll spark another one then. I'll talk to you then. Love you too. Okay. Bye for now.
This is racing character. This was the pace car. The Indianapolis 500 in 19. I see Arnie all the time, and you think I don't. Oh, get out of town. Wait a minute. You have those things, like, I think they're called push rods? Yes. We got the USA Show. One of the coolest days of my life.
Oh, he's bugging me.
feel about your performance out there? It was a little slippery, a little bit. It's fun. I mean, it's very good. The 90s lineup running together, that's a riot. You know, so. This thing stopped. The engine completely stopped, yeah. And how many miles? 196 valves. Oh, no way. Original engine? Original engine. And you have a plate. Okay, help straight. But there's also Mustang Cobra brakes up the front. So that's more road coursey kind of stuff. Yeah. Very nice. But out there in the weather, though. You know, yeah, there's a little slippery off the line there, but yeah, you know, for fun. Yeah. Very fun. It was fun. Over to the card. Thank you so much for coming on such short notice. I know the weather
Oh, what's going on?
How do you feel about your performance out there today? Well,
A little bit late getting started. Kind of fell asleep there.
I'm gonna go ahead and give the first time, and the second time I just got off the line, and it was definitely pulling on me. Yeah, it's it is good. It is a better car. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, everybody the Beretta is built that I just saw. Yes, it's pretty rad. I think that if the car was so rad for radness, this is the pinnacle.
Just having some cheesecake.
You gotta give it up. This American 80s is cool.
It's cherry, unfortunately.
This is pretty neat. Mostly the colors
Wow.
green. Yes, it show.
I'm not a big cherry fan, but I already ate the flavors, so
The century
it's one of those. Was a variety pack. I'm down to the 2 cherries and 1 chocolate pecan chunk one. I'm saving it for last. So. My mom's birthday, so I got a cheesecake, some sort of cheesecake.
Friends and family, especially if they're in.
I'm smoking one, just so you know. What the hell? There we go, that's better. So you didn't relax all day? It's fucking raining out, for fuck's sakes. It was raining out. Really? Like, I don't know what. It didn't rain all day. I saw it yesterday right in the thrift store. I almost bought it, but I didn't think you'd take it. It was a red shirt and had Ducati on the front of it, and then Ducati logo on the sleeves. It was a nice shirt. T-shirt. Yeah, it was a T-shirt, but it was like I think it was made of that what do you call it? That, yeah, whatever that shit is, that sport material. Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. But you'd be the only person that would wear it. I mean, Mike says to me, he goes, is that worth anything? I said, yeah, it's worth something if you don't have a Ducati. And he goes, oh. What's that? Oh, you got it, eh? Shit. Then go do it. Give it. So, buddy? What model we got here? Seven sniper kills. Because you get so fast. I still only have 4. Yeah.
One thing that's tradition.
Victor? There's the number, clear as day, 413.
When we a lot of fire, called a hedgehog. They gave their lives, defending their country and free.
On July 16th, 1993, Warner Bros. Entertainment released their newest movie, Free Willy. A delightful film about a troublemaking orphan boy discovering the meaning of family and friendship by releasing a captive killer whale back into the wild. The movie was a success, becoming a surprise hit at the box office, and created a small franchise consisting of 2 sequels, a reboot, and an animated series. It also brought a lot of attention to the treatment of captive killer whales. But most of the attention was put onto one in particular, a killer whale with the Japanese name Keiko. The real-life whale who played the titular character Willy from the movie. Because it turns out, Keiko and his movie counterparts actually have a lot in common. In November 1979, just off the coast of Reyðarfjörður, Iceland, Keiko was ripped away from his pod at the estimated age of 2 years old. He would live in an aquarium here until 1982, when he was sold to Marineland in Ontario, Canada. And it's here where Keiko would begin his training to perform in live orca shows for people's entertainment.
That's so sad.
He would be sold again, however, in 1985, this time to the Reno Adventura Park in Mexico City, where he would remain for most of his life until he was found by the Free Willy movie producers. Audiences realized, wait, this movie is about how taking animals from their natural environment and putting them on display for entertainment is wrong. But that's exactly what happened to Keiko, the star of the movie. So, audiences and fans alike began a campaign, writing letters and making phone calls to whale preservations, demanding the release of Keiko back into the wild.
Got 300,000 phone calls. People called from all over the world.
The producers of Free Willy,
have a
whale
cheer.
biologists, and animal rights groups would hear the audience's cries, and they began to come up with a plan.
Ted.
A plan to do a good
I
deed,
like Ted.
and
Ted
actually,
wakes me up.
Free Willy. His skin. His living condition lesions to he had developed a weakened immune system, a drooped dorsal fin, was extremely underweight, and had contracted papillomavirus, causing lesions to develop all over his skin. His living conditions in Mexico City were not great either. He lived in a small tank filled with fresh water mixed with chlorine, not salt water. And the environment he lived in was hot and dry, not the kind of environment that
That's
killer
fucking
whales
terrible.
are used to. Keiko also lacked the instincts of a wild killer whale. He didn't know how to hunt for food. He couldn't dive more than 20 feet. And he couldn't hold his breath for longer than 3 minutes. If Keiko ever wanted to be released back into the wild, he would need to be in peak physical condition, and would have to be rehabilitated to learn how to live like a wild whale again.
No kidding.
But before they can do that,
That was
Keiko
Ted again.
needs a new home. His habitat in Reno Adventura was not going to meet the needs
I'm a little
for
sick of
Keiko's
fucking Ted, I'm telling
rehabilitation.
you right now.
Whale biologists and animal rights
Really
groups
sick
needed to
of
build a new habitat for him, one that would treat his ailments and match the conditions of the ocean. They spent the next year spreading awareness about Keiko and their goal to release him back into the wild. Many calls were made to aquariums and marine sanctums all over the world to help Keiko with his recovery and build him a new home. Because if they don't start working on his recovery soon, Keiko could die from his conditions. It wouldn't be until November 1994 when they got the attention of Free Willy's own movie studio, Warner Bros., who, after hearing about audiences' ambition to see Keiko be released, decided to come in and help out. They collaborated with the International Marine Mammal Project to create the Free Willy Keiko Foundation. And with the foundation set, they soon found a place that would take Keiko in. The Oregon Coast Aquarium in Newport. And soon, they got to work on building a new facility to save Keiko. The aforementioned Warner Bros., The other was a man by the name of Greg McCall, American entrepreneur and cell phone pioneer who came to the Foundation's aid after reading about Keiko.
All these kids from around the world started becoming the force behind the plan for doing the right thing for Keiko. They were writing to us by the droves saying, why can't Keiko find a new home?
By February 1995, with the donations from these and many others known for years. Ever been. His lesions are gone. Over 2 years of treatment go by, and Keiko is healthier than he's ever been. His lesions are gone, his immune system is stronger, and he's now the proper weight of a wild killer whale. He's also learned how to hunt for his own food, and how to hold his breath for longer periods. And after going through training to be untrained, his reliance for humans has begun to shrink. The Foundation even tried to find Keiko's original pod by analyzing his vocalizations. Killer whales communicate by whistles and clicks, and each pod has a unique way of communicating with one another. If they can find a pod in Iceland that matches the vocalizations of Keiko, then maybe they can reunite him with his family. By September 1998, veterinarians determined that Keiko was healthy enough and is ready to leave for the next step on his journey to freedom. On September 9th, 1998, they took him out of his pen, back into a box, onto a truck, and into a plane, and flew him back to his home in Iceland. But Keiko isn't going to be free just yet. He still has much more to do. The Keiko Foundation took him to Kletsvik Bay in the island of Vestmannaeyjar, Iceland, where they had turned the entire bay into a walled-off sea pen the size of an American football field. Here, Keiko would begin his final years of training. He would begin to adapt to Iceland's environment where he will spend the rest of his life, and be let out into the open ocean for swims. First under the watchful eye of his caretakers in boats and helicopters, but slowly progressed to him swimming out on his own, unsupervised.
Oh, I didn't get shot by Ted that time. Wow.
During his time here, Keiko was heard communicating with and even swimming with other wildlife in the area. His abilities to hunt and forage for food had increased, and he was healthier and happier than he's ever been. Soon, Keiko will be ready to be released back into the open ocean, and the Foundation will have done a good deed by releasing him back into the wild.
Ted.
For over 20 years, having all of his basic necessities done for him by humans. People claim that despite all the training to break his reliance for humans, that it wouldn't be enough. That there was no way that he could go back to his animal instincts. There was concern for how Keiko would do with other killer whales, because he hasn't seen or interacted with one since his time in Canada back in 1985, where it was reported that he was bullied by other killer whales. If he didn't do well with whales in captivity, how was he going to do with whales in the wild? There was even controversy regarding the cost of the project, with the cost of researchers, veterinarians, advertising, food, boats, helicopters, transportation, habitation, rehabilitation, all of which came to a cost of over $20 million.
Can't do anything with it.
The same amount as the budget for this movie. People claim that this money was spent poorly, that it could have been used to help multiple killer whales in captivity instead of just one. Some people said that instead of using the money to release Keiko, they should have used the money to improve his living conditions. He would live in a better environment, although he wouldn't be free.
Fuck that
The Keiko Foundation would soon have issues with money later in the project. Remember Greg McCall from earlier? Well, he was donating up to $300,000 a month to the foundation. But in early 2002, he would make a bad investment and become a victim of the .com bubble, and his net worth would shrink greatly from $8 billion to $1 billion.
Oh, wow.
Afterwards, he would cut back on his spending and leave the Keiko Foundation in March of 2002. Now, they had just lost one of their biggest financial supporters and had to start cutting back on resources late into the project. And it wasn't a project that every researcher agreed with. Some who said that returning Keiko back into the wild was misguided, especially for a whale that's been in captivity and around humans for as long as he has. One researcher even said that the best way to help Keiko was to euthanize him as a sick animal. And another person said that Keiko would be better off as meat. Also, this isn't a controversy, this is just something interesting that I found, but in the movie Free Willy and its sequel, there are two different songs that play within both films, and both songs are performed by American pop singer Michael Jackson, and actually considered in 1993, shortly after the release for his Neverland Ranch in California, but decided not to after discovering the cost of Keiko's declining health. I thought that was interesting. Anyway, but despite all the controversy, dwindling funds, and naysayers, they continued with their project. Keiko is going to be free, one way or another.
And he's going to be Free Willy, not Kill Willy, Free Willy.
By the summer of 2002,
I'm not there.
almost 4 years after coming back to Iceland, veterinarians and researchers determined that Keiko was ready for the wild. His training and rehabilitation are complete. He is healthier than ever, and he knows how to live like a wild whale. On July 15th, 2002, Keiko was led out of his pen and into the open ocean. But this time, he wouldn't be going back to his pen. This time, he will be free, and stay free. Everyone said goodbye as they watched Keiko swim away from captivity. He was last seen following a pod of orcas into the open ocean. The Foundation completed their good deed, and Keiko was finally free. Well, before he was released, researchers placed a tracker on him so they can see where he was going. Throughout the month of July and August, Keiko spent most of his time in and around the waters of Iceland, until he got out of range for the tracker and disappeared for a little while. It wouldn't be until September 2nd, 2002, when Keiko would reappear swimming freely off the coast of Skalvik Fjord in Norway. 900 miles from where he was originally released.
He's moving.
Researchers from the Foundation would move from Iceland to Norway to conduct tests on Keiko. They determined that despite Keiko suffering from mild stress and exhaustion, that he had been eating well and was perfectly healthy. But he was alone. There was no sign of any other orcas accompanying him. During his time in Norway, he sought out interaction from humans, and was seen swimming with the locals and giving them rides on his back. This lasted for a few days until the Norwegian government put restrictions on the public, and the only people that could interact with him now would only be his caretakers. While in Skalvik Fjord, the caretakers from the Keiko Foundation tried to integrate him into wild orca pods. Numerous attempts were made, but all had failed. Keiko would either be rejected by these wild pods, or he would float motionless, hundreds of feet away from them. As mentioned earlier, researchers tried to find Keiko's original pod by matching their vocalizations with his. Despite finding pods that were similar to these vocalizations, he was still rejected by them, and sadly, Keiko never found his original family. Keiko knew how to hunt and how to survive on his own. And even though he had the ability to survive in the open ocean like a wild whale, he would still return to humans for interaction. His caretakers would still watch over him, feed him, and take him out on swims. But they wanted him to live free, like he should. As a way to coax him to be more independent, they would ignore him by hiding away on their boats. This didn't work, however, as he thought they were playing a game, and he would wait for them to stop playing. Despite all their efforts, they couldn't get Keiko to live with his own kind. The Foundation continued to take care of him like they did back when he was in the aquarium, and still tried to integrate him into the wild. This would go on for over a year, until December 12th, 2003, when Keiko was found floating in Taknes Bay in Norway. But he wasn't swimming freely. In fact, he wasn't swimming at all. Keiko was dead. The cause of death was pneumonia. That same day, Keiko's caretakers began a funeral for the whale they spent years to free. The events and location of the funeral was done in secret to avoid a media circus. A hole was dug for him close to where he died. He was placed inside to be buried, and Keiko was laid to rest.
Oh, did they even... I just spotted, hadn't been rendered the fucking thing over their heads yet. What the fuck, man?
Well, at least he got to
It's
live
easy
free
to look
for
at this
about a year.
project and make a mockery
That
of its
sucks.
outcome.
Skippy, are you there? You're not even showing up on my game.
That's a bummer. Poor animal.
Guy stuck me with a fucking sparkler. Like, stuck me with it. Holy shit!
Eye on the little whale.
Trying to get sniper kills is really hard.
All by itself, ran, counted everything we thought we knew about killer whales. We thought that it would be like laying a baby in the forest. He's Mowgli the Jungle Boy of whales.
Something happened among the orcas when Luna was born. That
kind of whale.
But things would soon change for a spunky little whale who knew what he wanted. The change began at a secret meeting called by the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans, far from Muya Bay.
It was all kind of hushy-hush, top secret. Get us into a side room, a small select group of...
Take off! If he was...
Grandfathers are smiling at us today.
Then things changed for Suzanne and me. We decided to get involved. Animals start chatting. Luna loved that blast and splash, and he surfed along for at least a mile. Then I had to leave him for a few days for a family visit. But on March 10th, the day before I was going to come back, a newspaper asked me for a photo. So I ran the tape again and stopped it right there.
Damn.
So the last time I saw Luna was the last time everyone saw Luna.
What? Oh, Kimbo pistols. Fuck off. Fuck all you all.
General Jackson, C12.
Fuck all y'all.
General Jackson, did copy.
Kimbo this bitch.
We're in Memphis down here in Moose Bay. And just thought I'd report that you can cancel that notice to shipping about Luna. She just went through our props.
Coming into here.
Okay, any idea on
Oh, there's three of them.
Well, he didn't survive.
With no one there to give him safe friendship.
Can't do much about
Once
that.
more, Luna had found the dangerous kind. The day after Luna died, Suzanne and I went out to Muya Bay with Donna Schneider, who had loved him since that first July day on the Uchuk so long ago. We kept thinking that Luna would do stealth whale up through the flowers.
Aww.
It's almost as if an alien came down and we shot it, you know, because it was blocking traffic.
But that was one of the worst days of my life.
I was the happiest guy in Gold River.
Just the bottom of my heart just fell. I just... God.
Oh, bullshit! That's bullshit. If that guy wasn't cheating, then this game was fucked up. Uh-oh. Ah, finally. Gonna beat somebody.
Until this started, first of all, I want to let you know this is one of the many ways. And I want to let you know this is one of the many ways for me to remember Luna, and it's about the easiest ways. One night, and this must have been about 11 o'clock or something like that, and totally dark out. We had a little bit of flashlight. And you know the phosphorescence in the water that glow when they're disturbed, right? So we had Luna coming with us, and oh man, it was just the amazing thing you ever see. He comes up beside the boat, and he's just swimming next to us while we're bringing him over, and he's just glowing in the water. You didn't see Luna, you saw the outline of Luna. And it was just the amazing thing you could ever see. It was like Luna dancing in the sky with the stars, man. So, you know, every time at night, if I think of Luna, I'll look up in the stars.
There have been times
I like shooting that
when we
yellow-headed
have
clown.
indulged in thoughts of blame. An inquiry
I
might
love
blame the
shooting that
Department of
yellow-headed
Neglect.
clown. I love it.
A
Especially
philosopher
headshots.
might blame scientists who must have courage, or we are all lost.
Thank you.
But as for me, I can't get over that I promised I'd keep watch for him, but I wasn't there.
Coming.
But grief and
That's
anger
awesome.
and blame and regret
Dude,
fade
Skippy,
in
how did he
light of
miss
what
you and
Luna
hit me?
really gave us.
How is that even possible?
Millions of years had made him different from us, but he had come through the wall because of what we shared. He too had carried that need for others across the great...
I was standing behind you and I got sniped by a guy. Bullshit. It's just bullshit, man. Nice. I didn't do too bad. Yep.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, what do you, oh, it's not a lot. What'd you think of that oil? Really? I love the taste of it. It's got that hash taste. I'm hoping that more I'm gonna seed some this year. Like I got some, I seeded a couple branches, and hopefully if it works, I'm gonna have a bunch of seeds of that exact weed. So, well, it's hash number 1 crossed with Blue Dream. But when I started my seeds this year, that I had a male plant, and I let it flower inside, and I took all the pollen and I pollinated the plant with it for my females, just like one branch of each plant. Yeah, and they'll be stabilized seeds because they'll be pollen from the same strain, so that'll solidify the strain. And those will last me for years. If I get enough of them, if I get like a couple hundred, I'll be happy. Well, I isolated the 2 branches I wanted to use for the flowering, for the budding, seeding. Yeah, I did. I used a makeup brush with the pollen, and I dabbed it on the hairs, and then I put a bag over it for a couple of days.
Well, not sure. Oh, okay.
What? Your uncle from Poland. We got a friend from Poland.
Brother.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Right.
How's it going?
It looks like, as you can tell in his eyes, he'd already done it at least once.
Almost got an argument with my brother.
Oh, that's not good.
It was because I took what he said to
Gippy, I got an opportunity here. I don't know if I've mentioned it to you, but I can go pick up all Eugene's all my rifles and stuff. I need someone to pick them up for me.
If I had been more friendly and I've gone, that would have been better.
Because I'm gonna get my
diabetes.
I'm gonna get my pal, whatever you call it. I'm gonna try and get it back, but I need someone to hang on to them in the meantime because time might run out before I get my papers.
I got you guys turned up.
Because I got to take it.
Hold on a sec.
Because I'm actually gonna. It's just someone with a license has to pick them up.
Oh, that's why you guys.
He's got one of those gun safes at his place that you can have.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I had you guys on regular speaker.
That's okay, dude. You can hear us now?
But it's coming.
Yeah.
Good. How's the art going?
Like they're coming to me. Like I'm the one that's gonna.
It's getting better. I'm doing better circles and stuff. I've studied
Good.
hard and long, trying to figure out techniques and stuff.
Yeah.
Doing drills and stuff. Those help out.
And
But
we call it
most,
another SKS that you.
I'm going to take a basic drawing class at
To a
Columbus
friend
State.
who's no longer with us. And, you can have whatever else you want to.
How about you?
Say that again.
I want to take a basic drawing class at Columbus State.
Yeah,
nice.
Well,
that'll be cool.
You can't, so it's not like they're gonna let you have them and then charge you.
Just to learn that, just go back to square one and learn the fundamentals even better than I did.
Yeah.
Because YouTube and Udemy and all these websites, they all
get that folding one.
FAFSA is pretty free.
You might have one of those too, and some other stuff as well. But
Udemy helps me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Look up Neil Fontaine. He's pretty good drawing circles.
2 sniper shots, 2 sniper.
There's Cinder.
Away, but it might take some time for it.
Cinderella.
He's in here. Yeah, I found him.
Shit, but I don't want to lose him in the meantime. That's all.
Cinderella, what are you doing to?
I don't know anybody else.
Cinderella.
No free inventory.
I can't hear him.
I trust that,
or see him. I'll better rejoin.
I get my fucking license. I don't want them all back. I just want mine.
What the hell?
So the payoff is huge.
Okay, my phone will let me leave.
But you're moving up north though.
That's weird. I can't hear Cinderella.
No.
Oh, he's not here right now.
Oh. Oh shit. So I'm in bed. I just wanted to hop on and talk.
No problem, man. You can hang out as long as you like.
You alright, dude? You sound a little agitated.
No, I'm fine.
Great.
You sure?
I'm not gonna get sniper shots at this thing.
Okay, I just worry about you, dude, because you're
I'm okay.
You're my buddy and all. You're my guitar playing buddy. Oh, you're a hell of a guitarist, Ozzy. Don't let anyone take that away from you.
I sure won't.
You should probably, practice other styles of guitar.
I agree.
Are you green just to agree?
No, I think it's a good idea.
It is. It's challenging, too. I mean, like, the pentatonic scales, it's all blues.
Mm-hmm.
This guy running around throwing knives at everybody.
You getting sleepy, Dev?
Oh, I just one-shotted a guy. Quick.
Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep here soon. I'm just talking.
I think I got all my snipes. Nice one, Skip.
Who you typing to?
Cinder.
Oh, you wanted to see if he played video game with you?
Well, I'm just chilling with him in a free-to-play world right now while he kills some goblins.
You're playing RuneScape.
With rune armor.
With rune up. Rooney McRooney.
That's right. Spark it up. Up. Right, Dev?
Yeah.
Sparking it.
You know,
Fuck! I blinked and the guy showed up and shot me.
Have you ever wondered when you get to the point where you go to bed, you ask yourself, what's wrong with me? Do you ever ask yourself that? You know, a lot of people would say you got a lot of problems, a lot of physical problems. But I'm just wondering.
I just sniped the guy in the smoke.
You know what I do?
What?
Remind myself that I'm going to have to defeat those issues if I have any.
Pop one issue, another one appears.
How do you deploy the fucking thing?
Is Phil playing Call of Duty?
How do you deploy the fucking thing? the little that. How do you? Yeah.
He gets into his video.
No, how do you deploy it? No, it's not working. I just died 3 times trying to do it.
It's funny. He's probably better in real life, but
trigger
in Call of Duty, he's getting his butt kicked.
Right?
It's ironic, you think about it. People that play The Sims are really good at it, suck at life. But people who really suck at Sims are good at life. It's ironic.
You ran up behind
I'm doing
me.
the zombie walk next to Cinder.
Oh, you guys playing the zombie game now?
No, I'm doing the zombie walk next to him.
Cinderella, Cinderella.
He's gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing?
I killed him. Him.
Thriller. Ozzy zombie walk. Oh man, I don't want to go to sleep. Can't stay up either. Gotta go to dialysis.
When?
7:40.
Quick reaction.
In the morning?
Wow,
Yeah.
That was quick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's like a 40-minute drive from here to there. Yeah. So what's up?
This is so funny, the zombie walk animation.
I ran right at the guy. He was like freaking out. In the I'm shot me from behind.
Killing goblins.
Oh, destroyed them. I'm pretty sure I did at least 2 daily challenges from that one.
Send her to get on Discord.
He's not. I
That
can't.
should,
He's
that
with
should
his
do it for
lady.
me, I think.
Oh. His lady friend.
He's with the queen. Spark it up.
Queen of lady. Spark it.
Sparking it.
You know the weirdest thing? I'm scared to go to sleep at night sometimes.
Oh, I've done it. I believe I've done it.
It's the weirdest thing.
Find out here.
What's the matter, Dev?
I said it's the weirdest thing.
It's okay, I guess, man, depending on what's going on.
I don't know. Just late nightmares
Are they really bugging you?
Yeah, they bug me at times.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go downstairs and try to stay up, my brother will be on my butt. Hey, Ozzy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done any more game development stuff? You can be honest with me.
I haven't. No, not since the whole fucking project with the Deadlock. No.
I was just wondering. Because I
It's
think you're smart enough to code.
I could do it.
Yeah, you could do it. Totally.
It's just a matter of learning.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, you learn guitar fast. You learn electronics fast.
Yeah.
Same thing. Video games are fast. You got good rapid learning. Yeah, it just stinks because, my opinion, my theory, coders are getting lazy with their coding.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to eventually write themselves out of code. But have an AI write their own code.
Right?
Yeah. And then you got like the Matrix stuff going on.
Into the Matrix.
Nope.
Yeah.
Might put it on the stick. Let's just take a quick look at this. Running the Xenon compensator, which has got a heck of a recoil control. It's awesome.
It just
I think it works on the new.
deterred me from being a game developer because of it, or a software developer.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought, I'm like, by the time I get my education,
I'll try it on my stick.
Get my degree, they're going to say, oh, we can just have the computer write its own code.
This is the Stig. I took my sights off my Stig to see if I could ride it without a scope or sights on it. Because I wanted to put other shit on it instead. So I got it.
The number one thing you got to do, Dev, is try not to let your mind fucking run through you.
All right, so I got that one, and
Yeah,
number
we'll
7
turn
is just
off
gonna
to the
be
races.
building on Dieter. Okay, I got it. Let me just get one started here. Yeah, we're boot camp.
I think you could do it too. I mean,
Right, we're ready.
you're pretty good at.
I just need to open up my
mathematics
Dieter
and stuff.
so I can get this suppressor on it. Only level 7 right now, so that was awesome. I got my fucking unwrapped. I needed 2 more of my dailies, and I got them both in that game. I was sniping people in Rust like crazy. Like I had 13 kills. I bet you 8 of them, or at least 8 of them, were snipers. Mm-hmm.
Good job, Phil. Dang.
Heck yeah.
Hi, Poop.
Oh.
He's with his lady.
Cinder?
Yeah, I was gonna
He's
say.
online though. You can send him a message and say hi.
Oh, that's alright. I'm in bed right now. I'm probably gonna go to sleep here soon.
I had to I had to unlock my suppressor.
I'm on the phone.
One that everybody's using right now, and until I had to unlock
Did you
it
do the
so I could do
waterfall?
daily challenges. And when you play,
I didn't finish it. I had to quit because Robbie
can't
was
let your
cooking.
rank
Oh,
gun
that's
up, so
okay.
It won't let you do your daily challenges. It's just like a practice mode, kind of. It's not quite, but you know what I mean.
So is your suppressor unlocked?
It is now. We played
do it tomorrow.
How did we go from silencer to
I
suppressor?
gotta call home to state and see what they say about
one's not the other.
switching
Suppressor
majors
suppresses the flash.
or just taking that class.
It's not a silencer.
Oh, so there's
silencer going. The silencers are really.
So a suppressor and a silencer are actually different?
Slightly.
Okay, because I thought they just changed the name.
A silencer is a type of suppressor.
So-
A suppressor isn't necessarily a silencer. Right, Skip?
Oh, my leg hurts.
And the suppressor doesn't. You're not detected on the mini map with the suppressor as well. So it has some of the properties of a silencer. If you're close enough, though, you'll hear it. Like a silencer makes a cool little sound, and they're great on like a submachine gun.
Yeah, I've
What's up
heard
there, brother?
silencers or whatever on machine guns. Little 22 machine guns too.
I don't know, Ozzy. I feel like
I've seen an FKS with a
You alright?
silencer on it.
Yeah,
They're illegal in Canada.
feel sad.
Like what, the silencer? Yeah, I know that.
You know?
There's better days ahead. Think about how well you're doing in certain
Potato.
ways.
Yeah.
Potato.
Happy thoughts.
Stuff a potato on the end of the
Not
gun.
just that. Think
not
about
any
real
potato.
happiness,
You
not
custom
just a
make your
happy thought.
potatoes on your home lathe, so
Think
perfect,
about
so they don't
the
block your
times when
sight.
you've been absolutely
just
happy
pop
and
it
try
on
to hold on to that.
Into your gun, but your sight still.
Does Skippy still got his SK?
I tried that hard, so hard.
Okay.
Does Skippy still got his?
Goes from that to
His
something
SKS.
horrible happened after
You're
that.
SKS.
Thought he bought one.
Shits me up.
I can imagine it's difficult
you do have one?
not being able to just do whatever you want sometimes,
Yeah, mine had one too.
Yeah.
Mine
I
was all done
understand.
for
Killing.
I had all the wood taken off. I already done all the plastic on it. It was all set up. Yeah, but mine's now not with me anymore.
Yeah, I guess you kind of
So I should have had
understand.
to get it back if I could help. Anyway,
I can imagine what it's like at least.
Just hold it for me. For a little
Yeah.
bit.
Do you get yelled at when you can't do something on your own?
Well, I am getting my license, so that
I get criticized, at least,
I
not
can
yelled
take it
at.
off your hands.
But I think
Can't they just make positive criticism when they say,
So Skippy
Everyone's,
still has
everyone's got
his,
to
then, I
come
take
to
it?
terms with their own
No,
stuff.
they won't give it to you, hey?
Skippy still has
Yeah,
his.
no.
Yeah,
At least he can say like, "Yeah, I know
He's
you're
allowed to do it in
trying.
his backyard.
I know
Yeah,
you're
I
trying
know.
your best.
Does
You're
he
doing
shoot
this
it?
wrong,
Yeah.
and this is a proper way to do it." And just said it in
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
nice,
Mhm.
constructive tone,
Watch it, check
instead of
it out.
saying,
I like to shoot
"Fuck
it.
you, you
Can we shoot
better
it in the
do it," and
backyard?
just
Right?
rattle off
Can we shoot it off in the
all this
backyard?
negative criticism.
No, he said
Huh. Then I don't want to see it.
You know, can't
We could
do
shoot
that.
it. That's what I want to do. I want to shoot it.
Can't do that.
No, I thought you did that already.
One day at a time, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
Just one day at a time. It'll get better. Just work towards better.
You're folding one.
I know.
Yeah.
I wish I could play RuneScape right now, but
I wish you could too. Can you play it on your phone?
I have it on my phone. I have to log in.
Mobile?
And I have Discord on and my phone on.
That's what I do, but I have to plug my phone in.
Yeah, my phone plugged in.
Should be okay.
Okay.
It's not a really graphical intensive game.
I figured as much.
Skippy's on holidays, isn't he? Is that what you said, for a week?
Yeah.
What world are you in?
3:30.
Right on. Good for you, buddy.
3:30.
It was almost full
Hey, buddy.
when I joined.
It's full now.
Keep trying if you like. If you want, every couple minutes.
I have to log it. Look at my login information. I'll switch worlds when I can.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just do this one.
Poop walking down the hallway to Jake's place 2 or 3 times today.
Oh, yeah? Checking it out. Today's day 2. He wasn't
I gotta
here this
do the
morning,
waterfall
so she's
quest
probably all
anyhow.
bummed out.
Yeah, well, he's not here, right? So she usually greets him the first thing in the morning when he comes in to make coffee. He hasn't been around for 2 days, so. Yeah. She goes out and sits in the kitchen and waits for him, and he doesn't show up. She gets upset.
Where's the add-ons? All the add-ons are gone.
Because you're on mobile. There is no no rune light.
See. Okay, that means I don't know where to go for the quest.
What part were you at? Did you have to go to put you needed to go put your stuff at the bank, correct?
Yeah.
Go to the bank in the north edge of Ardone. Put all your stuff away except the pebble and food. Lots of food. I just got 58 attack. Nice.
Is it Ardon?
Yeah, you know the one north of you? I think it's
north.
I think it's north of you if you're at the tree gnome place.
Yeah.
And then you need to go. What's it called? After you go to the bank and put all that stuff away, you need to do something else too. It won't show me the waterfall quest. Because I already did it. I got an idea though. You can always look up a video online too if I can't find it on Quest Helper anymore.
Alright.
It'll show you how to do it. That's why I also looked up a video, Dev. I just typed in old school RuneScape waterfall quest.
And now I'm in your world.
Okay, cool.
I am going to look up the quest. Oh, the kitty cat change the tweets.
Did you log out there, Dev? Just to watch the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Spark it up. I got a message, Cinder.
I try and beat Mario 64, but my friend is Bowser, and he's trying to kill me. Bowser can breathe fire and he uses spin attack. If I beat the game, my friend loses. But if I die once, I lose. Let's see who's gonna win. Dude, hearing Bowser long jump is so terrifying.
I'm on my way, dude. I'm on my way, dude. Oh my god, it feels good playing as Bowser. I feel like I'm playing Mario Odyssey.
Bowser can get hurt by a Koopa.
Dude, you did that fast.
Yeah. Hi. What were you doing over
Dude,
there?
I was struggling. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I see you over here, dude.
Why does it take me so long to open the door?
I'm over here trying to shoot fire at you. Oh! Okay.
I tried to ground pound you. I knew you were right there.
Oh, you're so lucky. I just saw you freaking Ultra Instinct out of there.
That's hilarious.
On your head. Oh, I bounced off.
Good job.
Jesus.
Alright.
No! Come on, Bowser. Oh, I messed up.
Dude,
what do you mean, dude?
Y'all good, Dev?
What to do about that?
I'm gonna log off Discord.
You are?
Yeah.
You getting tired?
Yeah.
Dude, I saw that.
I hope you have a very good night, man.
God damn
You
it,
too.
Bowser.
I will.
I'll see you guys.
See you, buddy.
Alright, dude. Ah, let's go! Alright, good luck getting this one with me on this bird.
Dang. That's tough.
I see you down there. Where you going? Oh, you're so lucky!
No.
Get over here.
I need this!
Dude, no. Where are you? Where's the owl? Oh!
Over here on me on the track.
Yeah!
Wow, okay, dude. You're probably gonna get it.
Let's go. Oh, hell no. Bro, that was like frame one.
Dude, I was ready.
Guys, on the roof right there. Guy's just sitting there up there by himself. Another guy on the other side. I think there's. Gib, there's a guy on the roof right above you, looking at you. I marked him. There he is.
Ready for some food?
Good. I don't have a. I don't have a gulag. I don't know. No.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go, Tita. Come on.
No, this is all on you.
Go. Go. Yeah.
Throw something. Throw something. One kill. 1400 damage. Our teammates were literally children. I think the oldest one might have been 15. Oh, they were just yelling and cracking up. Yeah. Muted.
That was a fast game. What is it, just you and Skip play?
Yeah. Well, no, we have our teammates. They just suck. I mean, I only got one kill, so I can't really. I put 1400 damage on the board, which is the equivalent of at least 4 kills. Really. I don't know.
Go on autos. It's just Dennis Collins or
Oh,
something.
there's gas. I know that. I didn't watch it.
Alright, so we're up and out of early this morning. A couple of weeks ago, I went and looked at this car. Belongs to Will that passed away back a year ago. And finally ready to sell it. So we've got to take it. And I've got the whole crew here. It's got some furniture. It's got some things stacked around and so forth. I told her to bring some guys. We moved the stuff out. Get the car out. And put the stuff back in. You know, really builder in life that has been in the neighborhood for a long time. As a matter of fact, we're building where he's at. I used to rent one of the buildings right there when we were really small. So 2000, 1,000 foot bathroom and a heat. So super nice guy and super good builder. He's one like a good guy's truck in here with a truck built all himself. Every builder I ever seen was absolutely awesome. This one's no different than Tesla stuff. It's my understanding the transmission has a problem, so they took it out. They were trying to fix it. I said, look, just fix the car and everything like this together here. That was the one that Mike put into this build. Going into this one and help street rod. So I'm pretty excited about it. But it's also, still always excited to be smiling and happy. Everything matters, and Mike was really good for the line. So,
Who's the kitty? Huh? Who's that cat? Huh? Who's that cat? Ooh, look at that.
Wow.
We're gonna have to take it back out, but I think the evolution detail on this car and what Mike has always built into this extreme. So I'm pretty stoked on it. Should be a pretty fast car. And now it's time to make the 1.5 mile trip back to the shop.
I don't know how he comes to selling cars after he buys them. Like, how do you sell that?
I sell that?
I mean, it means so much, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very good driver. I don't like the baby blue or whatever it is.
So.
Unfortunately, there was more so it was not able to fit, so now I'm trying to catch up. Put the transmission in just a little far, but it's not ready. I'm in here, and I've got to double check that it's ready to go in and all pieces of gear, and I'm gonna put the burner in, turn around, put the transmission back in, and then try to finish the project so that we can get to see this car in all its glory. Alright, so I'm excited to finish up the transmission and put it back. What? The transmission will damage because the company should be manually speak. So right now, when I put the notice with the reservoir lines that go from the reservoir so we would like that. So right now, I run hook one, I'm letting it drain. What I'm gonna do is replace these with longer hoses just so they're not stretched. As you can see here, you'll notice I'm kind of pulling at an angle. So I'm going to try to all that happens. I don't want it to be very low. Yeah, notice a little bit of like varnish leaking out of the fuel line or accumulated on it. So I'm just draining it right now because we don't know how old fuel is in this car. It's probably stuff wrong with the tank. So just drain the fuel tank. You know, it's one of those things you kind of do when you take on a project that you don't know the history of.
Yeah.
Let me throw some additive in there. Like I say, this is some pretty gross stuff coming leaking right here. I want to go ahead and drain it. So just put the fluid in the burner now while something's here. Oh, this one's a small one, so you already see put your level in there. I'm gonna give it time to settle. I'm shooting to try to get 2 quarts in there. I don't know if it's gonna take it, but maybe it's still a lot better. If I can get 2 quarts in there, but I can have it on the transition.
If you I just ran cover for you there and shot at him. They might be pushing. They are pushing.
We gotta put some gas in the tank because saw me turning all that out and bleed the brakes. But most importantly, put the transmission fluid in and get the thing running. So that I can continue that transmission fluid after it runs. I'm not gonna just try to dump all the transmission fluid in it. I'm gonna go halfway, try to get the thing to run, and then I can add and start checking my level. So, exciting moment. Crap. So I got some fuel in that. Not exactly used to the service station here. I got to get 5 gallons to go, so that's not good. We're in the hole right now. Put it all in, everything. That's why I like to do it. No, train fuel, put new fuel in. And you got full train fuel yet? It should be about 3 pounds. I'm not set the oil yet. Sour.
Greetings and welcome to an LGR thing. I did not plan on recording today, but here we are anyway. I guess let's talk about The Sims 4. Even though, you know, if you've been here a while, you know I'm not necessarily terribly fond of that particular entry in the series. After 10 years of it being around, it has its positives for sure. There are a lot of things to like about it. There's a lot of things that I just think that starting fresh with a new entry would make a better Sims game. And well, apparently that's not happening. Because the other day, this article in Variety pops up saying that there is no Sims 5 coming, and EA is making a multiplayer expansion to the franchise and starting to sell custom content made by creators in the community and a bunch of other things. And I was just looking at all this and just thinking, wow, what the heck? And not only are they not acknowledging too much in an official capacity the 10 years of this franchise, you know, no big celebration or events or anything, but here they are saying that, you know what, there's not even going to be a sequel. It's going to be The Sims 4 ever, I guess. And it's just going to keep going in some form, evolving and growing endlessly. And I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. And I was thinking about doing a 10-year overview of The Sims 4 last month because however many years ago, I guess 8 now, I did a video titled The Sims 4 2 Years of Meh, something like that. And I was just sort of putting my thoughts out there of where I thought the newest entry of the game was at that point, and what I was hoping for or disappointed by, and was, you know,
I
right?
initiated
Well,
that one.
another 8 years have passed. The game is still going, and no signs of stopping. It's apparently the most popular one in terms of the number of active players, and kind of no surprise they made the game free to play. I don't know. My point is, I'm in two minds of a lot of things related to this franchise, The Sims 4, previous Sims games, covering these things, and just like this kind of stuff on LGR in general.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke a joint. Thank you for hanging out, anybody that's there. I'll be right back.
Oh, I should have had that one.
casual to get. That's what they would. I believe them. Everybody sometimes maybe a second book because maybe they overlook something. It's called furniture. So I put the problem with and started putting stuff in the community so we could see. You know what?
Got two guys with that bunker buster. Front of me. On the buy, I imagine.
Kitties.
Yep, something right over there. Two guys on the loadout, just sitting there on our loadout. I can't believe I should have threw something in there. I should have threw everything. We got this, Skippy. There's only one guy left. We can't survive. Go get him. Go. Boy. No problem. Get above him. Get up higher. Yep. Beat him up there. Keep an eye to your left, though. Yep. There he is. There we go.
Holy! Must have had a good team. You get the last kill?
No, Skippy did.
Skippy did. Right on, Skippy. Getting a victory with two randoms, that's pretty good. Hey? Getting a victory with two randoms?
Yep. We got 6
Can have to
kills.
tell Joe and Hound Dog fucking...
We all got 6 and Peak Pro DAP got 7. Yeah. That was right on. Oh.
Like that.
You know what I noticed? If we're kicking ass, the other teammates start hanging out with us.
Well, they must have been holding their own.
Like they fuck up on their own, and then they die. They both die. Then we buy one back, or one wins the gulag.
What, randoms?
Yeah. But all the time we're going squad wipe, right? And they're like, and then all of a sudden they start getting closer, and then next thing you know, they're hanging out with us, following us everywhere.
You gotta stick together, man. Gotta work as a team. That's how it's done. And you guys get a hell of a lot further now playing the goddamn shit when you work together as a team and attack as a team.
You should coach gamers.
To me, it was just common sense, and I've been saying it all along. One's going one way, one's going the other. You ain't gonna win shit like that. Yeah, you might get some kills, but
you have a tremendous grasp of the obvious, Billy.
poop shedding a little bit, aren't you, buddy?
You've been thinking all along since way back.
I have been. Can't be wandering away. Jake takes off. Fucking Skippy's going on his fucking own mission.
It's been that long since Jake actually played.
Yeah, Jake used to do it too.
Now he's going for a ride. Gas monkey.
Wow, that's sweet. That's got to be worth
a
lot of money, eh?
Some hot rider
$100,000.
died, and he bought his car and sitting for a little bit, but it was like gorgeous. So like fixed it all up, made sure it was working perfect before he took it on a big ride. It's a nice car.
Beautiful.
I like the color too.
I was super excited going over to check it out. The car had been sitting up on the lift for a little over a year. Transmission had a little bit of leakage problem, so it had been pulled out. Now, we didn't really know where we wanted to start, but I got Ricky and his team on it. Got some training back here and there. Changed the gas. Got it all pulled up, checked everything. So it's a little bit of a process when you got a car that's been sitting for a while, especially something of this nature. You want to make sure that you take your time, you go through it slowly, and what have you. So, there you have it. Mike Hall's last masterpiece. Absolutely unbelievable. Attention to detail, form, function, you name it. This thing is badass. But at the end of the day, I'm going to have a little fun with it, and then... So, if you've asked your mommy, asked your wife, talk to dad, give me a call. Cars for sale. If you haven't done any of those things, I like windows. Welcome back to Stay Tuned. I'm Tony Angelo, and today we are bringing back one of the all-time greats, Cyclone. Okay. All right, so the first engine we ran was just a regular stock, early 1992 style 4.3 with balance shaft, lots of turbo on it, and it was jamming. And then we blew it up. Then we moved to this engine because I melted one of these pistons. This is the same. I think it's like a 1993 4.3. We ran this sucker with the old style head. You know, they say Vortec on them. They weren't. Put a camshaft in, ran it, awesome. Blew it up, swapped on the Vortec head, honed the cylinders, put in a set of real rings, and then it was running really good, and then we blew it up. We're going to tear into this thing. And
It was running really good, and then we blew it up.
But if the force dropped off the course, fully unknown, so those been good, probably fine. But what I want to do now is tear into the sort of hero motor we've got see just how bad it is. Because I'll tell you what, when you hit the starter, it did not sound great. What? Do is take the Navy or modern forestry, stone drag this thing out of the back shop on a sled like a linebacker trying to get varsity. Very impressive. We're going to just talk out of the way for now. The real focus is this thing. How bad is it? Can we say this? How much is peanut butter is this? This is going over to a tire. That's going to go over the stand and just get dissected. The real bummer of this whole thing, right before he died, was faster than ever. Stone's heading out on his honeymoon soon, so he's gonna get some work done before he leaves. He's been married a year, right? A little over?
I don't even have a gun yet.
And you've been waiting that long, that's so awesome. So if you have any questions about the first honeymoon, you let me know. I appreciate it. Good attitude. My brain knows that this carbon spacer, this aluminum cartridge is not doing any of the lifting, but it's still free. For no reason. Here we go. Let's get it off the table. Off the voice as quick as we can. Alright, sweet. We got ourselves some anchor mount bolts. Let me show you to one of the major shop upgrades. We just started working with bolts and nut stock pumps, and they came over and outfitted the shop with this insane rack of flange bolts, socket heads, cap screws, bolts. Just anything our little grubby hearts could desire is now right at our fingertips. So, boltandnuts.com, and the greatest part of it all is take my phone, loop it on this QR code, and it takes me right to the website for you to order that specific bolt. So, keep it good. The story on this engine is I reconfigured this distributor to the guitar timing under boost, and when we put it back together, the boost line that was on there was too big, it slipped off. We ran 17 or 18 pounds of boost to this thing at 32 degrees. And I don't know if we knocked all the rings off the pistons or forced
I'm
all
going
the
for
pistons,
this
but there's no
jump here.
Cheryl Park. Anyone want to take some guesses at home? Let me know. I think we frazzled, fizzled off the rings, and there's no spread. Now, intake manifold just came off. 5 out of 6 runners look good. This one, pretty shiny. Here brings the beat. A lot of sand or just the metal being regurgitated. Thing. Find out in a minute. So pulling the valve cover is gonna get indicate what's going on. You can look at that quick rods or flatten emerald.
Is that enough? Yep, it's enough.
And smoking done yet. Sand isn't a good look. Yep. That's big. Great look. We want to get longer studs for these, but nobody makes them. There's very little as far as valve came, but you get here. Once they are adjusted, they are just barely catching the lock on the lock nut, and that's keeping it back and off. Seen worse. Big. That's too big. Oh, you got the finger's not open, buddy. No. Stick your finger in there and push that. That'll deal with that. That's good. Okay.
I'm collecting plates is what I'm doing.
Anything shiny in there? 10 for gold.
I got 8 now. I'm good.
You have kind of like an old
Oh, there's a plate box. There we go. All right.
I'm gonna go see me a moving picture. Fine. I don't know how to do this. Here's that. Give it up. It's a nice fine dust. Stay tuned if you want and look super fly doing it. We have a ton of armor back in stock and brought back the Stay Tuned Down and Dirty East Coast Speed White Hot. That thing is flying already out of the shop. We're going to lose the shop, our classic Joe Fugo crack on time, and our pizza team with the Racing Problem shirt, plus proper Stay Tuned pad, trucker stock emergency. They're killer. There is a link in the description where you can click the link up here. We appreciate it, and now let's get back to Riverdale. Alright, so we're going to try to reuse these head gaskets. Again, getting stuff in the 4-3 is pretty tough. You have to have a lot of guesses. So, we'll put them into multi-layer metal gasket. Then we put them in dry. The leaves are... We do see that, like, the coating on it has been peeled off a little bit. Who's the, oh, they, that's, big head gasket, you gotta watch out there. Head's, out the door, yeah, well, 70 degrees and metal on them, I dropped a bunch of them in a bucket of vessels. Gotta keep it good.
For some reason, this loader I bought doesn't have it. Guy's gonna be shitting in his pants any second here. Everybody got a shot at him? One more here. Right here in front of me.
Right there. Where I can see the piston, the open air concept we got going on. Not good. Right? Right there. Piston.
Gas mask here.
Piston ring. Side is all hard. It doesn't look as bad. For some reason, all these little bits of metal, we're gonna pull on piston rods out. Right? I think what we're seeing here is just bits of that number one piston, made its way back up. The intake wound up getting back all around. But the first look, just as good as they did, I just honed it like 10 months. You can still see the cross hatch, still looks solid. You can figure out that one cylinder, even that almost pretty good. Pull it apart a little more and see what's what. And then the turbo motor and big piston were flying like they went out the exhaust valve. And wound up smacking a turbo wheel, thereby just annihilating that turbo. But so far, so bad. We know it got super hot, and we know it lost a bunch of pressure, but I was expecting it to be more than it. The one cylinder is brutalized, but the rest was pretty good. 5 out of 6 ain't bad. At lunchtime, Stone just picked up some good stuff. As you know, stay tuned out here in Pennsylvania. We are a decent team with a racing problem.
To the right. We're flying down.
If you want to support the channel, you can find the link up there. You can slide up the pie. That would be super cool. You absolutely don't have to. Just watch everything, like me, share with your friends. It was fantastic. Every single person
Tagged one. Tagged him again.
72. I was eating the salad. We pay for the salad. The bar just said, we just never got it out exactly like back same exact setup. But just give you full piston out of one of the other motors, put a fresh set, some rings in this thing, put it back together and do it. Try to spend no money, no way. Yeah, this is gonna cost us $155 for it. If we use head gasket, intake, that's it. Gonna get our piston really fine. Yeah. We're gonna spend more on pizza.
One more there. He's still running.
No, is it there? You're good. You don't have it, so. He was there in one month. Is that what I did one way or another? Real down right there. Yeah, that's the problem area, I call it. Right there, while the piston's on.
Nice. 2 in a row, baby.
Holy.
I didn't get very many kills.
Were you live at the end?
If you get the last kill again.
Were you live at the end?
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Right? Still part of the team. You're alive. And Skippy got the last kill again. Skippy. Holy.
Alright, so we know, number one, smoking gun, and the piston crown over here broke apart.
That's good.
Let's review.
Was it a different set of random guys? That's even cooler. Hey?
Uh-oh. Someone got the flower.
Hey, Phil, you won twice in a row with 2 different randoms.
I got 3 kills that time.
Hey?
Yeah.
That's pretty
You
good.
get the exact same damage I did. You get the same kills I did. Not bad for 3 kills getting a win.
What's that kitty doing? Huh? What's that kitty doing? Luke?
Motor to check and see if the cylinder heads on this thing were in any better condition. We took a look at this guy here. It turns out there's 2 different castings of the Vortex cylinder heads. This later cap 2000-ish, right? 2000, somewhere around there. Roller
what day is it? Wednesday. Fuck, this is weird. It's weird. It feels weird.
I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna try and clean them up.
Well, I mean, let's smoke one then. What the hell? I thought Philly would have used my cigarette by now. I'm running out of paper. See, papers are the very thin.
Alright, so I have a shirt that I started in the parts washer. I was feeling pretty sad to be supposed to work. To be honest, it wasn't a killer. It was left. And stuffed it right in. It's from the grill. Sit in there super nice. Send it to me. That would work. This is the worst head. I cleaned out. Valve. Put it in. Yeah, moment. Realize that. Very close valves. But you know what? You put it in the hole here. Press it all the way in. It seats and it's not full. So I'm going to clean this one up, get them both in the parts washer, clean all the parts, assemble the heads, and then.
Alright, I wrapped up notes and I joined Barb back in the shop. We are rocking and rolling here, helping pull the rest of these piston rings off pistons. There's a sizable gap in the oil control ring. It's like a nice little window that you usually don't see on piston. A little bit disconcerting. That little guy right there. I wouldn't call this like confidence inspiring. About 30% or 40% of the metal not connected. Don't love that. Doesn't matter. Made the tower before. It's going to do it again. This one is not going to do it again. I'm going to go over to one of our spare junk motors. Try to pull one good piston and rod combo out. And then I think we'll start doing a new set of rings. Start fitting those suckers in. Continue to clean the block out. Barb did a killer job with the head. Very excited about that. About midnight.
Trying to do it with junk parts.
I don't know. I wasn't really paying that close fucking attention. Looks like a junk motor, that's for sure.
I've only burnt one of these pistons, but it doesn't look like these. Any of these. Set her free. Your favorite one. Yes. Closes. Yeah. This is going to replace the number one piston and rod setup. When I throw it in the parts washer, hopefully I just clean this guys. And see what it looks like in a couple minutes. First I'm going to pull those rings off. I like that we're doing like a basic.
All right, ready for one more?
If you're coming off the fire dad Camaro, good in the bank account. Paperwork for Barb. Sure. Email yourself, so you did a good job. No. Parts washer.
Take it off.
Yeah.
Hot soap. Alright, so our main part putting in this time is a set of
Are these the new ones?
Yeah.
Old ones?
Just envelopes.
Website and look at the specs. 15 to 30 pounds over. Our last time we were 7 pounds. To 4. So this is a 4-inch board. It's at 7350. So we're going to line up this window on the top. Second. Open up. So this is
ring grinder got going on here.
Hey, Pook, what's that? She doesn't care.
A little bit off the time. Set it in the board with a piston about an inch down and measure it. When I got the gap right at 1 inch down.
What are you talking about?
Done. For the next 4 the engine, do 1 cylinder at a time. Where you dial it in.
I like your voice.
Right.
It's sultry.
Here we go.
Oh, it's only 2 of us, man. No, I didn't have them on audio.
I'm getting short block assembled this week. Everything's like a whole motor late in the night, and then we start bringing those goals down.
It's like, yeah, I don't like people.
Everything's clean and basically ready to assemble. That's where we're gonna stop. I've got all the rings, file fit. I've got all the pistons, including our one loaner from the other block. Nice and clean. In the morning, we are gonna hose out, clean out the engine block, as many of those piston pieces out of that thing as we can, and to start assembling. Very excited, but it's time to. It is morning.
Oh, no, no, no.
My razor, run up to my whole thing. This week's video, Barb's doing the thumbnails, everything around here, which is awesome. Got a nice small team, everybody wears 9 hats. I just, out of curiosity, pulled off a main bearing cap, and does it look great? No. Does it look?
Somebody killed him.
Yeah. Can't peel, real, the litmus test is peeling through your fingernail. I'm gonna pretend it.
Oh, I didn't down him.
Good enough. I don't see a lot of contaminants in the oil part. I'm gonna start cleaning this block up. We're gonna leave the tank in, roll the dice, and send it. I am going to start up here. Last night I got my rings all gapped up. I'm gonna start assembling the rings on the pistons. We're gonna meet the middle and slap this sucker back together. Alright? Let's go. Here we go. 4.3 turbo build. Give me a minute. Our junkyard turbo 4.3. It is basically a stock motor outside of that big camshaft, the rockers, and the proper steel piston ring. It's going to be 20 pounds of boost this time, happily. I know it's. Barb's thing is locked. Pretty sweet. 4-inch ring compressor setup on it. Just to this board. I like to put it so that whatever side I'm working on, flat, got to stick it all the way up so I can just kind of drop down over the grab. The piston rings all need to be in a very specific orientation. This piston has a groove that goes forward, but there's a nice difference to check. Sure. It's a little different. I'm going to want this to
Down.
Where nothing wonky happens. Couple of taps.
Where are they at, Skip?
And the look now is lining up crank and then shaft smashing on here. I tried to install the number 1 piston and the number 1 cylinder, except it's not the number 1 piston. It's on the passenger side of that, bear's block. And come to find out that there's a lot of things you got to take into account when you're putting the motor together, where the valve release are, so the piston stays this way or this way. Is there an offset on the journal where the big end of the rod is? Make sure that you get the tangs in the right spot, the caps are all lined up. There's like 5 different things lined up. And
since we grabbed a piston and rod combo, these are strapped together, apart, from the passenger side when they are lined up forward.
Down to another one. Holy shit. That was wicked.
Up like that. And see, these are all quote unquote forward.
Right behind us, okay, yeah. I can't see him, buddy.
This. Right now we're trying to put a round peg in a square hole. I'm gonna knock this piston up and out. And
Another one flying in.
since we have a high lift fan, I think it's important to get the valve release to the right spot. We're just gonna grab a
Nice.
different piston and rod combo from that steer motor from the 135 side. We should be in it. Let me try something. A mouthful. Yeah, it's gotta knock your rings out. Alright, I went and grabbed the other side piston. Loaded in. We're gonna keep on rocking in. I have plenty
Come
of
back here. Oh, where are you? Okay. There's a guy in front of us.
Yeah. Cool. Alright, one of the 6 pistons is nestled in its home. I'm gonna shorten it down.
There he goes. Here. Right in front of us here.
You know, rock and roll kind of.
Come this way. Oh. Yeah, we're going to be coming through here.
Piston rods went in. This fucker moves. Pretty clear now. Glad we did the rings. They're probably pretty frazzled, but I think we've got good ring tension on them now. Very
Careful, this guy's in there, Skip.
The timing set back on. Head back on. Keep on rocking down the road. Fire's gonna be cleaning stuff. Reclean it? Well, fan. Keep the temperature stuff. And intake.
I got shot from behind. Someone's right here. I told you there was a guy in here.
With lifter tray, holder, cleaned up.
Shit.
I'm gonna go ahead and put the timing set on. This is a what they call a balance shaft engine.
It's tough when it's a whole squad.
With crank journals and super lucky stuff to depth. And one of the things they do, in it is we're gonna leave it alone. You can remove it if you want to. Work. Just one extra step for us. So why years connected to the end. You find those two jobs. Pretty simple. Okay. Stop. Off. Come in here. Drop. Dot. And finish that. So you got dot, 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 dot. Good. Like Morse code for good.
I'm inside a house.
Yeah, there's an airplane. All right. A
Here we go.
Loctite. Right. A Loctite will survive the night. A Loctite. Future bright. A Loctite. No. Sign in with all your might. Yeah. Don't do that. That's not. You don't have to. That's the point. Without Loctite, you'll get a fright. What am I doing here? Let's go back. Please, that's kind of. Fun fact.
There's one down. I left one downstairs here. There's a cast off.
You're not. You're 180 out. Time. So what you want to do, put your distributor in like a genius and line the rotor right up to number 1 and get it to fire off. Spin it again. So this is back up. phone. More there. I don't know if 8,000 RPM. For sure. Crushed it. Alright, so the Chevrolet saw fit, use a 1/4 inch crank bolt. Don't you dare try to spin your engine over with it, especially when it's close to pressure. So one of these little sockets slides over the crank, grabs the woodruff piece, and all you
Oh, here's killed.
there. Ready to fire.
So while Tony is buttoning up the timing assembly on the fourth grand stand over there, on that are new to us,
Better not waste my bullets. Unless you got an ammo box. Well, here, I'll get some from in here.
check out.
There we go.
Some pretty sweet stuff. Old machinery. Doing is machining down the lock nuts for the rockers because we noticed our rocker arms fell off and it was sitting in the cylinder head when we took it off. It's really not engaging the stud enough, so I'm just going to machine 80,000 off the bottom so that it'll allow the nut to sit farther down on the stud and catch it. So I already got the setup done.
Take it easy. Don't go anywhere until we have to. Let them fight it out.
This land is all about.
I don't have a sniper rifle either, so. As you see, what can you see one in there?
Comes in this tube.
Attempt to work our load out. Let's go to, okay, let's go to the sign then. Get cover right here.
The 001 RTV. You want to look at all. Hey, look how cool it was. Jet flash. Here.
Can they do that?
I was gonna say if I didn't cut my gear today, I would have absolutely greased it up. I'm a giver. I'm here for fun. Having a good time. Friday night shop. Let's go.
Come on this way, Skip. Come around here.
What we're doing here, honestly, we spent a total of $185 probably, including silicone and a new oil filter. That's a good one you're gonna buy. Covered on. We're now going to enter the time honored tradition of writing something stupid on the top of these pistons that explodes. We'll take the heads off next time. A little different this time though, because there's only 6 cylinders. There's 8, you got a little more leeway to play with. You can do Born to Run, or America's Greatest Living Author of Bruce Springsteen. You do BORN, the number 2, and then run after. Simple, classic. You can be like, let's go.
Two left, Skippy. Careful, get out of the way. Don't get caught.
Just draw parts. Go with please work. Ready? Go with P L V E.
Oh, I'm reloading. Oh no. I almost had him. If I had it down that one guy, it would have been. That would have been. Holy shit.
Please run. Please. Okay. And then I'll wipe this down.
Yeah, I got 7. You got 9. Yeah.
Tighten them up real hard.
Okay, man. Yeah, we did. All right, man. See you tomorrow.
Here we go. And now we're going to put our head studs back in this thing. Since it's basically built the same as Small Box Sailor, we're going to use pipe dope on more or less every bolt, every head stud. And then we'll put these buttons down.
I put rockers in, and then see if these modified nuts work out on the things, on the studs.
Got a lot of dirty words, man. I don't know. You hit that with a little assembly lube on both tips, and then I'll do it on the top of the valve too. I'll just run a little bead across here for when the rockers actually touch those suckers. The top of the valve stem.
This stuff is like that. Alright, so these rockers have a fulcrum in the bottom, it's rounded here, rounded on the inside of the rocker, make sure it's that way. Nuts. A taper that goes up, the lock nut, bottom, flat.
Yeah, and then you just basically you adjust it. How you're gonna adjust your lifter, preload, and the hydraulics.
On the first two.
Alright, so our valve train, this is basically a stock motor outside of those from the racing steel rings, and I valve string and push rod plates. So, start with $200 junkyard motor at those two parts, something that makes double the socket. Pretty cool. I'm going to go through the pretty standard hydraulic lifter setup procedure. We do EOIC. Take off goes all the way to the top of the loop and starts to close. It's off on that cylinder. There's other ways to do it that looks like you don't think too much. Just keep spinning around, you'll be in business. And Barb's speed trick here looks like it's going to be just fine. Since we know we're on top dead center combustion stroke of the number one, I'm able to set this one, and I can just tell you right now, where they didn't get into the lock before, here's what I do. I just check the drag on this thing. Easily saves push rod. Feeling it. Feel the flow. It just got started to drag on it. And you can see it's in the lock now, which is wonderful. So that's awesome. Good job, Bart. So now I'll have Bart spin the motor around, and I will do all 6 cylinders. Listen. That's it. 4. And then I'm going to come in here and pop up this kind of wall. Here, like. And here. Right. Nothing out of the middle, or do you want to actually do that by yourself? And then all
I'm back.
Mark.
Yeah, Randy was outside with me on the leash. He didn't want to come inside. He's pissed now.
I just need to get some thoughts
He's
out
a
there.
wild
Hope
one.
you're
He's getting
along
used
for
to
the
it.
journey. Because yeah, the timing is just interesting with all these anniversaries and me happening to be covering The Sims 2 or working on this retrospective. It was taking longer than I thought, but yeah, going back to this is really giving me some interesting perspective and just I don't know, conflicted feelings about where we've come from, where we might be going, and you know what? I just don't know what to really do about covering this because I've said it several different times in different ways on the internet before that I'm very much tired of the Sims 4 in its current form, and mostly in all of the endless expansions. Like, I don't even know how many, 15, 16, 17 full-priced $40 expansions, plus all of the stuff packs and game packs and kits and whatever the heck else they're putting out there. I guess now they're going to start selling mods. Yeah, it's a lot. And so I stopped covering all that stuff because honestly it wasn't good for my mental well-being and I was just tired of it. I don't really want to do all of that. So I check in every so often to do an expansion review, and that's about it. But like for years now, I thought that for sure there would be a proper full-on built from scratch, more modern, impressive sequel. That had to be in the works, right? Guess not. And the reasoning for this is like baffling, and yet at the same time I get it from a business sense, and I feel gross for kind of understanding it. So anyway, according to this Variety article, and many others at this point, but it started there, they said that The Sims 4 will continue to receive updates and paid expansions for who the heck knows how long. And yeah, they're expanding what they're going to be doing with the franchise in general, but also the way that you play in 4. This person at EA says they're not working on a replacement. As with previous versions, they're only going to be adding to our universe. With that, you'll see there are more ways to experience the blah, blah, whatever. So the reasoning behind this seems to be money. Of course, it's a big old business. They gotta please them shareholders. They say we'll continue to bring HD simulation experience and what people would want from a 5, but it doesn't mean that we're going to start you over, reset all your progress, and really, dang it, ads. Oh, the website just went away. Screw you, Variety. Anyway, they basically said that because putting out a new entry would not be compatible with all the previous content, that they don't want to do that. They're so concerned for the players. They don't want to reset everything. They just want to keep it going forever. And I think that's just ridiculous. As if, we didn't go through that with Sims 2 and 3 and 4. Like, that's kind of expected for video games. That's normal. This is not like some new thing. I don't know. I don't know what that is supposed to mean other than they're just trying to say that they want to keep the train rolling because they're making tons of money. And why would you stop now? And, I get that. Like, it's a corporation. That's what they're going to do. I don't know. It was just annoying. This, the way that they phrased it. Like they're doing us all a favor by not releasing a sequel or canceling a sequel or whatever they did and just continuing the current iteration because it works well enough. And we've got so many creations. Yeah, it's different because it has been going for 10 years. I know. That is a lot of stuff to start over with, and there are pitfalls and perils to just dropping all that you had this community and then starting over with a new thing. Like what happened with City Skylines 2 not too long ago. City Skylines 1 is still the stronger game in many ways, and there's just so much for that first one, and then starting all over with a second game that was kind of iffy. Yeah, like that's the risk, but that's kind of how video games be. And there are so...
Charger on. 35. Here we go. Here we go. 537. Once again. Take 1,000. Here we go. Fix up. We got it. Fire it up, huh? Here we go. Nice one. Fire it up. Try. 38 billion. Let's go. We're gonna break it in a little bit. Mark. Cruise controller out of boost circuit. We are just running it on racing track.
You don't get to go outside whenever you want. No. It doesn't work like that. You can go out when I go out. Okay? No other exceptions.
Break from it.
No.
I'm there for the moment. Replicating the beat piston is probably seized in there because it really doesn't want to move. So I just ran to the parts store, picked up the caliper, the pad,
Who's Randy?
and we're gonna looking good, got the lines connected, let it break.
Come up. Come see me. Come on, wait. You wanna lay down? Yeah, you wanna lay down for a minute?
Can't believe how awesome that went. This truck is faster than ever. Mark went 0 to 60 in 4.6 seconds. That is just unbelievable for a truck we threw together for, $10,000 or $15,000. Absolute. Adam, thanks for watching. That's it for the presentation.
Hello, this is Broyer. Hello, this is Broyer, and welcome to a brand new Let's Play series for U-Boat. You might be wondering why I'm starting a brand new series after doing a few episodes of our last series. The reason for this is because I have gone to U-Boat University. I got my bachelor's degree, bachelor's in arts, don't judge me. But I've done lots of research, lots of practice, lots of just stuff about this game. I've probably watched 20 hours of videos, probably played about 20, 30 hours on my own, just trying to learn the game a bit more so that I can come back to you guys and just be a little bit more knowledgeable overall. And I think that's where I'm at. So it does not mean I know everything. That's why I said explicitly bachelor's degree. I don't got my master's. I don't got my PhD. I don't know everything about this game. I'm still going to make mistakes. There's still a lot to learn, but hopefully far fewer mistakes. And at least we know the basics now, and that should give us the chance to be successful here. Let's find out. Let's go ahead and jump into a game and see where we go. I do want to call out before we jump into this. If you're going to play this game for the first time, I highly recommend jumping down here and playing a Type 7. Not necessarily Type 7C, although the Type 7C is the bread and butter U-boat. That's the one that's the U-boat they made the most of during the war. You can even start with the Type 7B, and it's at least better. It's significantly better, big step up from the Type 2s. But I'm going to start with the Type 2. If you do want to start with the Type 2 and don't want the restriction of all the reduced fuel usage, you could consider the Type 2D. It's got about 4 times the fuel capacity of the Type 2A. But I'm going to show you how to get the most out of your fuel from a Type 2A if you want to play along. So we're going to do Type 2A. We're going to start at the very beginning. We're going to work our way up. We're going to earn the Type 7C someday. Hopefully, if we can survive. I will say, again, a few practice sessions. I'm definitely getting better at finding ships. Getting a little better about sinking ships, although still got some stuff to learn there. Evading ships, as in dying, I'm about 50-50, so hopefully we don't die here. We'll find out. But let's jump right into the Type 2A here. We are going to play on hardcore, and we are going to play on expert. So nothing changing there. I'm not going to do the tutorial. We can turn that off. Everything else should be the same, I think. So we're good with that. I think I like voice 3 the best. I do want to go with I think that one I like. Let's see, what else do we want? Give him a little bit more hair, facial hair. Give him brown hair. Everything else I think is just fine though, the way it is by default. And of course we're gonna change our name. And let's jump into this. Let's have some fun. We're gonna skip over that. If you want to watch that, you can see that in the first video I think I did, the very first series. But we're gonna jump right in here and get going with this right away. Okay, so I know some people like to watch me learn and like to learn along with me. I'm going to try to explain everything that I have learned and why I'm doing the things that I'm doing so that you guys can also kind of learn along the way.
Where do you get them buggers, Spook? Yes, we are. Yeah.
Ready?
You can't pop it out, can you? Nope.
Way as well, just maybe.
I'm smoking one.
I'll smoke one with you.
I'm just gonna light this roach and roll another one after that.
Okay. You really should download this game. It's peanuts. Easy to play, fuck around on.
New York City mayor just got indicted.
Who?
The mayor of New
That
York.
guy?
The mayor of New York, that guy, yeah.
Something ghosty?
Eric Adams.
Oh, a new one?
Yeah, the new one, yeah.
Why?
Corruption probe.
Ah. Gotta love corruption, don't you? Everywhere. You should have seen Kamala Harris say, "Oh, the biggest threat is climate change." I laughed my fucking ass off.
Yeah, biggest threat is her. Well, who knows, right?
Right?
Politics is what it is.
Spark it up. Nice, I got my combat level to 75. That's pretty sweet. Okay. are you doing? Oh, it's okay, mistress. It's okay. How was Nana doing today?
Excellent.
That's good.
Yep.
What did she eat for dinner tonight?
I think she had she had bacon and eggs and leftover birthday cheesecake.
Oh man, that sounds so good.
Yeah.
I gotta leave the house and venture to the store. It's been weeks, months. Fuck, months, yeah, at this point.
Yeah, go get a few supplies, some, bags of cookies, some ice cream, fucking see if there's any chicken on sale.
I'd love to get some chicken.
Num nums.
Cavendish, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, get a bag of Cavendish. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or 4.
Yeah, see what's on. Well, see what's on sale. Yeah. What other grocery stores I got around there?
There's Freshco, and there's a farther distance. A lot farther, there's Zayres and Walmart.
But if there's something special on sale at Walmart or Zayres, you can just ride up there and grab that. Just a couple
I should. I need to get a bike lock.
Yeah.
Not only that, something that'll fucking zap people. That'd be perfect.
Make your bike, put a battery on it.
Yeah, and I have the power to disengage it. Only I do.
You turn the switch, and if they touch it, it
fucking shocks you so good. Yeah, nothing that'll kill you, but shocks you real good. When do you think these fucking stitches will come out? Fuck me.
They'll dissolve.
Yeah, I hope so.
Plus the kind of stitches they are. Like the
Yeah.
ones I put in my leg, those I had to take them out. Yours will just dissolve.
Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. I hope so, because it still bugs me a little bit. How long did you wait to pull your stitches out?
Oh, I don't know, 10 days?
Fuck, eh?
Something like that.
That
I
must
can't
be
remember.
such a weird feeling, too, when you pull the fucking stitches out of the fucking hole in your skin.
Well, I cut the top loops, and then I just pulled out each little section one at a time. But yeah, it was kind of weird. Didn't really feel it much.
Wouldn't it damage the skin that healed?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a scar there, but it's not bad.
Right on.
Like, really, quite. I did a great job.
Yeah. You should get a job
By
as
the
a
way,
stitcher.
folks, don't try this at home.
Yeah, everybody listen to Phil.
Do not try and give yourself stitches.
Why didn't you go to the hospital?
Well...
Oh, I already know the answer to that. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't want the person to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Because it was an accident.
Yeah.
I must have cleaned it out pretty good, though, because it didn't get any infection or anything. That's the worst thing. You gotta be very careful with that.
Yeah. You don't want to get a gangrenous infection in something deep.
To cut your leg off.
Yep. Did you see it, or did you hear about what happened to one of the English fucking royalty? He got an arrow to the fucking face.
An arrow?
And they had to a guy had to invent a method to get the arrow head out of his fucking back of his face, because he had it perfectly fucking come through his fucking under his cheekbone into the back of his mouth around his fucking
So when was this, in
spinal
like the
cord.
16th century?
1800s, I think, or the 17 or 1600s.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a first time ever fucking medical procedure.
Right,
So
yeah, that's
the
true.
guy
Wow.
had to fucking design a fucking tool that would go into the wound and open the wound, and then in the middle of the tool had a little grabber, and it grabbed the head of the arrow, and he pulled it out carefully. It was like 6 inches deep in the fucking face. That's fucking crazy.
Was the guy a king or something?
Yeah. I saw his photo. I just don't remember who it was. Prince
There was
something.
a photo?
Yeah, Prince something. No, a guy drew him.
Oh, okay. A photo would definitely date it.
Let me look it up. I'll tell you who it is.
By the way, I'm going to bed early tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I slept in this morning.
His name was Prince Henry V of England, 1386 to 1422. He was the prince who suffered an arrow wound to the face during the Battle of the Shrewsbury in 1403.
No, it's Shrewsbury.
Shrewsbury. The arrow was successfully removed by John Bradmore, an English surgeon and metalworker, at Kenilworth Castle. Bradmore designed and crafted a specialized instrument known as a threaded tongue to extract the arrowhead from Prince Henry's skull. It's worth noting that Prince Henry V went on to become King Henry V, and he ruled for 9 years.
There you go. So,
He lived.
Here's the conversation. John, yeah, put down that horseshoe you're working on. Why? I need you to do surgery on the king.
Right.
Or on the the heir to the throne. But I shoe horses. Yeah, but you work with metal, right? It's like, yeah, well, we need you to get some metal out of his face. we don't have a doctor, and there's no such thing as a surgeon, so you're it.
Mm-hmm.
What year was that?
Fucking 1403.
It's the 15th century.
Jesus, man. Can you imagine? That would suck. Going to the doctor and be like, what are we going to do? Let me think.
It's called John the blacksmith. He'll know what to do.
Right?
It's pretty generous of them to call him a metal worker.
Mm-hmm.
He was a blacksmith.
Yeah. You sparking another one?
No.
What are you doing tomorrow? You doing the shop? Or getting stuff ready for the auction still?
Well, I'm going to try and hit the thrift store tomorrow earlier.
Yeah.
Can't really. I don't have any money, so it's not really much to do there.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
I really hope XRP takes off.
Well, my auction's going to do really well.
I believe it. I believe it.
But I didn't have a lot of money, but yesterday I picked up a Rotel amplifier.
Yeah.
Nice little Rotel. I mean, it's nice. And so that should fetch $125 at the auction.
That's good.
I paid $20 for it.
That's a good amount of money to grab for that too.
And so that's gonna, and I got a whole bunch of amps and stuff for sale.
Yeah, got the Randall.
I think I'm gonna keep it.
It is a nice fucking amp. It's cool.
I got the cabinet for it, so why wouldn't I? I don't have an amp, an amp for that cabinet.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think you'll do well.
So I'm up to 90 lots so far.
Yeah. Wow.
I've got written out. I have to write them all out, and then I have to type them all into the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Like, explain them all.
Yeah.
And plus, this gives me the chance to move them around.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll do is I'll start putting numbers like in front of them if I have to move them from one place to another.
Yeah.
I don't have to. If I write the numbers in now, I'll just have to cross the numbers out and rewrite them. So I'm just writing out all the different lots, and then when I go to type it all in, I'll give everything a number.
Huh. Makes it easier.
Well, just I learned from experience that you find things that like, oh shit, I should have put that in with all the other, like I find a record album or whatever, or a t-shirt, and all the t-shirts are, in the auction at a certain spot, and so you want to sneak one in there. Well, you can do that if you haven't assigned them numbers yet.
Right.
Right. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow probably.
How long do you think that'll take?
What?
How long do you think it'll take?
Oh, it's already taken me 12, 13 hours so far of straight up work. It's going to be another 20, 30 hours.
Yeah. Shit. At least
Yeah.
you're getting there.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
Yeah, and then I gotta take photos of everything.
Ooh. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
What do you do with the extra photos? You just delete it?
There are no extra photos.
I mean, like after it's done.
Oh, they
just
go
delete
on.
it all.
Yeah, I just save them on a hard drive.
Yeah.
Just offload them off my phone.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I couldn't hold all that data.
No, there's no way. I have special. I have a little thing that plugs in my phone now that has SD card in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I can offload all my stuff off my phone and then put it anywhere I want.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
That's cool. I like that. That's neat.
It's like a card reader that plugs into your phone.
That's really handy.
I can just take out, and it'll hold a SD card or a micro, or a, SD or a micro. SD. What's the other? There's two different sizes.
There's SD
anyway.
and micro.
Yeah, there's two different sizes, right?
Yeah.
So this will hold both different sizes, and so I've got. So that's just loaded up at all the time, right? So I just take those
I've got
out.
a reader here, yeah.
And I put them in my other reader that goes on my computer.
I have a USB reader. USB plug to fucking SD.
Yeah, I have one. I have two of those, and then I have the one that goes in my phone, so I can just switch them over.
That must be really helpful.
Well, I haven't used it yet. I'm going to be using it for all these photos.
It'll be coming in handy, I think.
Okay, man.
I love ya.
You too, man. We'll see you tomorrow, probably.
Yep. I hope you have a really good night.
Thanks. You too.
I'll see ya.
Okay, bye.
Okay. I still got to do a little bit of enlisted stuff soon too. So I think after I hit level 60 attack, I'll take a break and do some enlisted if I'm still awake. Or not tired, I should say. And then we'll go from there.
Just before the Titanic sank to the bottom of the ocean, the ship sent out a distress signal containing its exact location. The coordinates sent out by the Titanic were extremely useful. The nearby ship, RMS Carpathia, quickly headed towards them, and in fact, all survivors of the Titanic were rescued by this ship. And if it was easy to find the lifeboats, it seems like it would be easy to find the wreck. But this turned out to be wrong, and locating the ship became a puzzle that would take decades of technological advancements to solve, and spurred a race between several explorers, all competing to be the first. This is how the Titanic was found. With the last known location of the Titanic already recorded, the most immediate question after it sank wasn't focused on finding the wreckage, but rather how to raise it from the ocean floor, nearly 2.5 miles below the surface. Technology just wasn't there in 1912 for divers to reach even a fraction of such depths, and absurd ideas such as using dynamite to dislodge the bodies from the wreck were quickly scrapped. It would take more than 40 years and 2 world wars that brought with them technological advancements such as submarines and sonar for the first serious expedition to head back out to the Titanic's last known location. In 1953, Risdon Beasley, the founder of a salvage company from England, decided to try his hand at finding the impossible. Visible here are the coordinates from the distress call the Titanic made before it sank, sent out at 10:35 p.m. New York time. Visible here are the coordinates from the distress call the Titanic made before it sank, sent out at 10:35 p.m. New York time. But even with the coordinates in hand, the search radius has to be quite a bit larger. The distress call was made 2 hours before the entire ship slipped beneath the water, time in which the Titanic could have drifted and the currents could have pushed the ship even further while it was sinking. The ocean is vast, and trying to find one singular point on the ocean floor in complete darkness is nearly impossible. Wisdom Beasley began by dropping dynamite over the reported location of the Titanic wreckage. These explosives would create an echo that, using sonar, could be plotted to create a bottom profile, which Beasley hoped would reveal the ship. Basically, a very imprecise early version of sonar mapping. In fact, too imprecise to yield any results, as Beasley found no luck.
Huh.
20 more years would pass after his attempt when Robert Ballard, a marine geologist, wanted to make history. In 1977, the Woods
It's
Hole
almost been 40 years since the Titanic was found.
new survey equipment for mapping out the ocean floor.
I remember when it was fairly new as a kid.
With testing this new state-of-the-art tech, but personally, his motivation lied with using this equipment for finding the Titanic. In the middle of the ship was a hole that would allow a long pipe to be extended into the water, just above the ocean floor. Attached to the end of this pipe, Ballard rigged a pod that contained sonar and cameras, with the hope that it would be able to detect the Titanic's wreckage once the ship passed above it. The expedition began with some early tests, when suddenly, disaster struck. The drill pipe broke, sending thousands of feet of pipe and the pod containing the expensive equipment crashing to the ocean floor, ending the search before it could even begin. Heartbroken and embarrassed, Ballard had to return to the institution without the expensive equipment he was set out to test, and without any hint on the Titanic. More years would pass, and even during an age where the technology had finally advanced enough, it should theoretically be possible to find the Titanic. Having the resources to undertake such an expedition was another matter entirely. Every trip had the potential to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and not many were willing to part with so much money for what could be a fruitless search. That is, until Jack Grimm entered the scene. Grimm was an eccentric oil tycoon based out of Texas, and he was no stranger to trying to find the impossible. He had previously tried to find Noah's Ark, and he had also financed expeditions to find the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, and even an attempt to prove the Hollow Earth theory by trying to find a large hole in the North Pole. Now, Grimm was determined to solve the mystery of the Titanic. Even though Grimm had the money, he lacked the other piece of the puzzle, the technology and knowledge. He knew he would need a capable team with the expertise to work the equipment that would be required. To accomplish this, he donated $300,000 to the Geological Observatory of the Columbia University in New York in exchange for the equipment and crew he needed for the search. He would be joined by renowned scientist Dr. William Ryan and Dr. Fred Spies. An unlikely alliance between two renowned scientists and a conspiracy theory-driven oil tycoon, perhaps exactly what's needed to find the ship. It seemed everything was lined up for this expedition to be a success, but Grimm believed one thing was still missing. Always a believer in spectacle, Grimm surprised the scientists by bringing a monkey named Titan on board. Grimm claimed that this monkey was trained to point at a map and is able to figure out where the Titanic should be located. Dr. Ryan and Dr. Spies were shocked, not used to scientific
He came here, did that, left.
with what they considered a performance act. The scientists threatened to leave the expedition and told Grimm directly that it is either them or the monkey. And to their surprise, the team with the expertise to work the equipment that would be required. To accomplish this, he donated $300,000 to the Geological Observatory of the Columbia University in New York in exchange for the equipment and crew he needed for the search. He would be joined by renowned scientist Dr. William Ryan and Dr. Fred Spies. An unlikely alliance between two renowned scientists and a conspiracy theory-driven oil tycoon. Perhaps exactly what's needed to find the ship. It seemed everything was lined up for this expedition to be a success. But Grimm believed one thing was still missing. Always a believer in spectacle, Grimm surprised the scientists by bringing a monkey named Titan on board. Grimm claimed that this monkey was trained to point at a map and is able to figure out where the Titanic ship is. Dr. Ryan and Dr. Spees
That's
were
so
shocked,
sad.
not used to scientific pursuits being joined with what they considered a performance act. The scientists threatened to leave the expedition and told Grimm directly that it is either them or the monkey. And to their surprise, Jack Grimm actually chose the monkey. In the end, cooler heads prevailed, and Grimm was finally persuaded to leave Titan behind, and the expedition could finally begin. The crew headed to the coordinates from the Titanic's distress call, and they would lower a side-looking sonar attached to a cable into the ocean, which would be towed along the ocean floor. This type of sonar sends out acoustic pings to each side. This way, there is a small area beneath the probe without any data, but on the sides, large areas of the ocean floor can quickly be mapped, and unusual shapes and bumps are spotted. Once such a shape has been found, an onboard magnetometer would be used to detect if that shape is metal, essentially if it is man-made or just a natural feature of the seabed. Finally,
I'll be right back. I'm just getting some
transformers
water.
were dropped in the ocean. That would keep track of the sonar itself, so any areas of interest could be precisely marked with coordinates. But even after searching the entire area around the ship's coordinates, the crew found nothing. And increasingly, the scientists started to doubt the accuracy of the initial coordinates. Even though the Titanic gave its last communication here, the survivors that escaped in lifeboats were actually picked up around here, much farther east than they should have been, even accounting for ocean drift. Knowing this, the scientists theorized that the coordinates the Titanic gave were actually wrong, as the first officer did not account for a time change as they were traveling. And the only reason the Carpathia was still able to rescue people was because the actual wreck site was somewhere within the path towards the false coordinates. This opens the search area quite significantly, and they now believe the Titanic had a high probability of being somewhere in this 1,500 square mile rectangle. With the old coordinates ruled out, it was time to once again begin searching. The crew used a process commonly referred to as mowing the lawn, towing the sonar in overlapping lines. Each pass they would mark anything that stood out from the sonar's readings. But there was an issue. The magnetometer, which was supposed to let them know if any of these abnormal shapes were metal, was broken. And to make matters worse, bad weather rolled in, threatening the entire expedition itself. Determined to carry out the mission, they still carried on and continued marking every abnormal area of interest they came across. And each time they found a new one, Grimm's excitement grew, continuing until the last area was marked, making 14 in total. Grimm was convinced that one of these areas had to be the Titanic, but he wouldn't get the chance to prove it. Time had run out. The charter for the equipment and the ship they were using was about to expire, and they needed to head home. Not ready to give up, over the course of the next year, the scientists and Grimm prepared to set back out once again, this time using a more advanced sonar than the one they had used previously. One by one, each area was looked at in more detail, and one by one, they were ruled out as natural features. On the very final day, ready to give up, they decided as a last-ditch effort to try to use digital film. The camera would be fixed on a sled and dragged above the ocean floor. After passing the route, the camera was brought up to review the footage, and while watching, a new, strange shape began to appear. Looking closer, it started to look more and more like a propeller. Grimm was immediately convinced that they had done it. They had found a piece of the Titanic. Unfortunately though, the time had run out, and before they could investigate further, they were once again forced to head home. Feeling that victory was just within reach, Grimm was ready to head back out a third time in 1983 to investigate this propeller shape. He searched and searched, but found nothing. There has since been much debate over what Grimm found, whether the shape was in fact a propeller or rather just a rock, with even his own scientists disputing Grimm over what the shape could be. Either way, it would never be located again. While Jack Grimm was busy with his expeditions, Robert Ballard had watched from the sidelines, disheartened by his own failed attempt earlier, but not ready to fully give up. Unlike Grimm, Ballard did not have immense wealth at his disposal, but what he had was his own unique advantage: ties with the US Navy. Ballard had approached the US Navy with a proposal to design a new submersible that could be used to locate the Titanic. The Navy, however, wasn't so interested in the Titanic, but they were interested in the submersible. The US Navy made Ballard a deal. They would fund his project, but he would need to use the equipment to help them first, on a completely different mission. Ballard agreed and began to develop this new tool for deep-sea exploration, Argo. Argo is a deep-towed sled that is remotely navigated above the ocean floor, attached to a research vessel by a long cable and piloted by a team on board. The sled is outfitted with side-scanning sonar as well as cameras that provide real-time imaging of the ocean floor. Still in the late stages of the Cold War, the US Navy wanted to investigate two nuclear submarines that had been lost, the USS Thresher and the USS Scorpion. However, they didn't want the Russians to know about this, and so Ballard was deployed in 1984. The US Navy wanted to investigate two nuclear submarines that had been lost, the USS Thresher and the USS Scorpion. However, they didn't want the Russians to know about this, and so Ballard was deployed in 1984 under the guise of testing Argo in order to find the Titanic. In reality, he was to map out the wreckage side of both submarines in order to assess any radioactive threats. Using Argo, Ballard studied the wreck sides of the submarines, and he began to pick up on something peculiar about both of them. Ballard noticed that as the warships sank to increasing depths, their wreckages imploded, creating a debris field around them. The heavier pieces sank closer to the wreckage itself, but the lighter pieces were carried away from the wreckage, leaving a sort of comet trail around it. An idea began to form in Ballard's mind. While searching for the Titanic, everyone had attempted to find the ship itself, a needle in a haystack. But what if, instead of trying to find the ship, he would look for the debris field that was likely around the wreckage?
Yeah.
If he could find any parts of the debris, he could follow the comet trail back to the ship. A revelation that would change everything. But before searching for the Titanic, Ballard would still need to bide his time and continue his mission for the US Navy. He finally caught a lucky break in 1985 when he was sent out once again to map out the USS Scorpion. This time, however, he would be allowed to use any remaining time he had to take Argo on a search for the Titanic. Knowing the deadline would be tight, Ballard reached out to the French oceanographic institution Ifremer, and they devised a two-phase strategy. The first part of the search would be led by Jean-Louis Michel of Ifremer, and the second part would be done by Robert Ballard. The idea was simple. Michel would first scout the entire search area using sonar mapping, just so that in the second step, Ballard could focus his limited time to search only the most interesting spots. They came up with these two search areas, and while Robert Ballard was still carrying out his mission for the Navy, Michel would begin by using the same mowing the lawn technique that Jack Grimm had used, scanning the ocean floor using a more advanced sonar. These search lines were not always exactly straight. Ocean currents would often drift the boat away, adding yet another challenge. When it was time for Ballard to join and take over the search, Michel had not found anything. And to add even more pressure to the growing sense of another potential failed expedition, only 12 days remained before Ballard would need to return, whether he found anything or not. In order to use his limited time as effective as possible, Robert Ballard came up with a plan informed by what he has learned about debris fields. He would not look for the ship itself, but rather for its debris field. He also knew that on the night the Titanic sank, there was an ocean current going south. Therefore, lighter pieces in the debris field should have drifted towards the south. He came up with an estimate of how big the debris field should be. Now, he started searching. But instead of carefully doing lines over the entire search area, he would space out his lines just far enough apart that he should theoretically run into this debris field. Spacing these lines out allows him to cover a much larger area in a small amount of time. He also decided to rely much more on the camera feedback rather than on the sonar data. Cameras had been used in past expeditions, such as when Jack Grimm believed he found a propeller from the Titanic. But his camera was not capable of providing a live video feed. Argo instead could, and Ballard would be almost exclusively relying on the video rather than sonar. His team would take turns piloting Argo and watching the video feed around the clock. Days rolled by with nothing but the landscapes of the ocean floor passing through the video feed, and the crew was beginning to feel the mounting pressure of the approaching deadline. The night watch was especially difficult, with the crew making sure to keep themselves awake as it felt like they watched the same natural features roll by, minute for minute. But then, suddenly, the rocks they were watching started to look less like rocks and more like man-made debris. Now, they were glued to the screens, the blurry images coming more into focus. Definitely not rocks. Not daring to look away for even a second, a crew member quickly flagged down the ship's cook so that he could grab Ballard from his room. Within seconds, Ballard joined the crew on their monitors, and after a few more tense moments, an even larger shape began to fill the screen. There was no mistaking, as they had studied photos of the Titanic until they knew every detail by heart. Argo had just passed over the Titanic's boiler. After 73 years of searching, they had finally found the Titanic.
41, 43, 42 north. 49, 56, 49 west.
Its location was a mere 3,300 feet away from where Michel had searched previously, the ocean currents drifting him away from the wreck. Immediate celebrations kicked off, disbelief and excitement making its way through everyone on board. But it was not for long until the reality of what they had found sank in, and the celebration was replaced with a moment of silence, with the crew honoring the more than 1,500 people who perished during this tragedy. The boiler the team had found was not far off from even more debris, and the team soon found the stern section of the ship. When it sank, the ship violently broke into two parts, and about 800 yards from the stern, they then also discovered the bow, with the now iconic railing still intact. And now that the ship was found, it did not take long until people wanted to recover it. A dream that had long been imagined and even inspired a Hollywood film years prior, and smaller artifacts were soon brought up. But one man had larger ambitions. Not far off from where the original boiler was discovered, there is a large section of the ship's hull that could be recovered. On August 27, 1996, everything was prepared. 3 expedition ships were circling the site, and right next to them are 2 large cruise ships. The recovery mission was to be a media spectacle with thousands of guests, including Titanic survivors, and even celebrities on board. Using a submersible, special bags were attached to the piece, and soon it starts to rise from the ocean floor, with cheers all throughout the cruise ships. But then, things start going wrong.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Edwards here in the Forecast Center of the Weather Channel. Of course, special coverage continues with Hurricane Edouard, which is posing a threat to the eastern coastlines.
The full story of the raising of the Titanic is fascinating, and it is one of many twists and turns, which is why I have produced a full-length video about this mission, explaining exactly how the piece was supposed to be raised, what went wrong, and what this story tells us about whether we should recover artifacts in the first place. This video is part of my ongoing series Military Raid, or document side that I'm
Excuse me.
The year is 452. The Roman Empire is on the brink of collapse, and the Huns have just launched their attack on northern Italy. Several cities are completely destroyed, forcing the locals to go on the run. They head for a lagoon just off the coast and take refuge on several small islands, a decision that would no doubt save their lives. Against all odds, this small civilization eventually went on to build one of the most impressive feats of engineering the world has ever seen: Venice. Despite having no roads, no land, and no fresh water, the Venetians managed to turn a muddy swamp into the most powerful and wealthiest city of its time. This unique layout of canals and bridges woven through hundreds of islands made Venice incredibly accessible, and it became the epicenter of all business. We modeled the entire thing to show you what's going on beneath the surface and how its clever design and medieval engineering allowed it to take over the world. When the first refugees arrived to start their new lives on the islands, they had the worst possible surface to build on. The small marshy islands were made of an incredibly soft clay, which would barely hold the weight of a human, let alone an entire city. To create stable foundations for buildings, the Venetians collected large timber piles from the forests of Croatia and started hammering them into the ground. They drove them about 5 meters deep until they reached a much harder layer of clay. Not only did this stabilize the piles, but by packing them really close together, it compressed the surrounding clay, pushing out the water and making it much stronger. Once the piles were firmly in the ground, the tops were cut off and wooden planks were laid on top to spread the load. Special blocks of Istrian stone were then placed to raise the foundations above the water. This design was a stroke of genius, as the wooden piles were sealed away from the air, making it impossible for them to rot. To this day, almost all of the original piles are in great condition and are still holding up the city. Once the foundation had been properly laid down, the buildings themselves were built. Venetians started off using wood for their houses, but after numerous fires, they switched to brick. To keep the buildings as lightweight as possible, they had to be no more than 3 stories high. Lime mortar had to be used instead of cement because it was flexible and would allow the entire building to flex as the ground beneath slowly moved. The inner walls were built in a crisscross pattern that would also flex like a trellis. The facade walls, which had large windows and elegant stone designs, made them much heavier, and so in order to stop them from falling over, they were pinned into the floor using iron rods, keeping the entire building together. This method of building worked well for the Venetians, and soon several islands around the lagoon were established in this way. Instead of expanding outwards like most cities, these islands expanded into each other. At first, boats were the only way to cross between the islands, but eventually the islands grew closer together, and many could be crossed by simply wading through the shallow water on a horse. The next step in Venice's evolution would of course be connecting the islands. Surprisingly, there were no bridges for the first 500 years of Venice's existence. But as the population increased and business started to ramp up, there needed to be an easier way to reach Rialto.
During World War II, few countries experienced hunger more acutely than the Soviet Union. But even though food was scarce, the people on the home front made do as best they could by making dishes like this kasha, or porridge, made with millet and pumpkin. So thank you to Bombas for sponsoring this video as we try to survive on the Soviet home front, this time on Tasting History. Began, Germany and the Soviet Union had signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, agreeing that neither country would attack the other while they carved up the smaller countries between them. But then, on June 22, 1941, Germany and other Axis powers invaded the Soviet Union along an 1,800-mile front. And as it was a surprise attack, the Soviet Red Army was rather unprepared and took heavy losses, especially in that very first month. And so too did the Soviet people. Even if they were not right in the direct line of German panzers, they felt the effects of the invasion right away, most keenly in their stomachs. Within a month, Soviet citizens received their first ration cards, and from the start, rations were pretty meager. And we'll talk about just how meager they were, but before we do that, I wanted to find a recipe that kind of typifies what somebody might be eating at the time. The problem is that unlike most of the other countries I'm going to cover in this series, there were very, very few cookbooks being published in and around Russia at the time, and that was kind of on purpose. See, during the previous decades, there had been a push to liberate women from what they called kitchen slavery. That is, they shouldn't have to spend all day cooking, so they could work outside of the home. There was also an early idea of Bolshevism that relied on kind of an ascetic lifestyle, and this led food to change and become more simplified, and this led to few recipes being written down. Well, in the late 1930s, there was a backlash against this ideal, and so to revive and codify the cuisine of the different Soviet republics, the Ministry of the Food Industry, headed by Anastas Mikoyan, released an iconic cookbook in 1939 called Kniga o vkusnai и здоровой пище, or the Book of Tasty and Healthy Food. So naturally, I looked to that cookbook to find recipes from the period, but I found that many of the recipes use ingredients that wouldn't have been available to like 90% of the population. They definitely read more aspirational than actually achievable. But I did find one recipe for something called kasha, which is a sort of porridge. This version of it uses millet, which became the staple grain during World War II, and it uses an ingredient that people would have been able to grow at home, and that is pumpkin. Place peeled and finely chopped pumpkin in hot milk and cook for 10 to 15 minutes. Then add washed millet. Add salt, and stirring, continue cooking for another 15 to 20 minutes until thickened. Place the cooked porridge in a water bath or in the oven for 25 to 30 minutes. Now, versions of this dish are still made today in most of Eastern until thickened. Place the cooked porridge in a water bath or in the oven for 25 to 30 minutes. Now, versions of this dish are still made today in most of Eastern Europe, and with autumn right around the corner, it's the perfect dish for a crisp autumnal morning, something to warm your belly. And if you're looking to warm your feet, might I suggest a pair of socks from today's sponsor, 120 grams of millet, 3 cups or 710 milliliters of whole milk, a pumpkin, and it being August, it turns out pumpkins are kind of hard to find at this time of year, so I am using a Japanese pumpkin, which absolutely works, and it will provide more than enough pumpkin because this recipe actually only calls for 500 grams. 1 teaspoon of sugar and a half teaspoon of salt. So first peel your pumpkin and then chop it into small pieces, a little less than an inch cubed. And again, you're looking for only 500 grams of the pumpkin after peeling and chopping. Then put the pumpkin in a pot and pour the milk over it, and then place the pot over a medium heat and bring it to a low simmer. Set the lid on and let it simmer for about 10 minutes. And as it simmers, you can wash your millet. And make sure to really rinse the millet until the water runs clear. It can take a little time, but then you can add it to the pot along with the salt and the sugar. And what's interesting about this recipe is that it doesn't actually say to put the sugar in there, but sugar is in the ingredient list, so I'm assuming that it goes in around now, but I could be wrong. It's not maybe the best written recipe. My recipes, on the other hand, are very well written. Those in the Tasting History Cookbook and the ones that I'm working on for the next Tasting History Cookbook. My Patreon patrons are already testing the recipes, so thank you to them. Now once you've added the millet, salt, and sugar, stir everything together and let it return to a low simmer, and then put the lid on and let it simmer for another 15 to 20 minutes as it starts to thicken up and the millet softens. Every few minutes, give it a stir, if for no other reason, to incorporate any milk that's starting to form a skin on top, but you want to be gentle because you don't want to break up the pumpkin. Now while it thickens, set your oven rack to the very bottom rung and preheat the oven to 275. A closer look at some of the not best of times. Seder from the 12th century, militarily, Stalin led a terror campaign known as the Great Purge. And on top of that, the late 1930s saw several years of poor harvests, so when, within just a few months of the invasion, Germany came to control half of the Soviets' acreage used to grow grain, the Soviet government had to act lest their entire population would starve. And the starvation of the Soviet population was actually part of Germany's plan. Only be continued if the entire Wehrmacht is fed from Russia in the third year of the war, and 2, if we take what we need out of the country, there can be no doubt that tens of millions of culture. And the plan called for all
The ROV came up prow of the ship, and it was immediately apparent that the bow railing had fallen and that it was missing.
The famous railing. Shocking new photos from the wreck of the Titanic highlight the effect the North Atlantic Ocean has had on the famed ship over time. A 30-foot long section of the legendary deck railing has disappeared, breaking off and falling to the seafloor. RMS Titanic Incorporated, which is the company holding the salvage rights to the Titanic, completed this 20-day robotic survey expedition of the shipwreck.
We were so excited to go to some artifacts, find them, and
RMS Titanic Incorporated. For example, it's miraculous that the railing stayed intact despite the massive ship's collision with the ocean floor. The saltwater has had. And then Magellan, during their comprehensive 3D scan in 2023, shows an even greater weakening of the railing.
In 2010, we actually did a comprehensive map using sonar, and technology has just evolved so much in the last 14 years. This time we were able to go with 2 ROVs, the first one being primarily focused on photogrammetry and imaging, the second one being focused on all sorts of scanning. We used LiDAR, we used sonar.
It wasn't all bad. The team found a 2-foot-tall bronze statue lying in the debris field that was once on display for first-class passengers, but was since thought to be lost forever. The statue, which is named Diana of Versailles, was last seen and photographed by Robert Ballard a year after he discovered the famous wreck in 1985. That was one field. That was versus Robert Ballard 5.
A year before we did our first lost. No one knew where she was in the debris field. And so we were so happy to rediscover her on this expedition. When we found Diana, it was just a huge...
The centerpiece of the first-class lounge. But the ship split in two as it sank, and the lounge opened up as a result, scattering hundreds of thousands of artifacts across the massive debris field. And the team
bag, and it belonged to Marion Meanwell.
We saw a lot of passengers' luggage on this trip, and in the past we have recovered some that was in better condition. Is just they're resting on the ocean floor. Our first 7 dives, we've recovered over 5,500 artifacts. If there's anything that we think is at risk or that we think would help tell Titanic's story, we haven't yet made those determinations. We have millions of photos to go through after this expedition. The amount of detail that's going to be in these pictures, a little bit better the sooner the better.
Please put your opinion in the comments.
When I look back at the PC games of the late 90s and early 2000s, there's a distinct visual style that I believe truly stands the test of time. It's when the game employs pre-rendered graphics paired with an isometric perspective. Curious about what that looks like? Here, let me show you. Is it just me, or do these games look just as beautiful as they did over 20 years ago? The rich details, the handcrafted feel and level of cohesion all culminate into one of my favorite aesthetics of that era. Where did this style come from, you might ask? Well, allow me to explain. Back in the late 90s, real-time 3D graphics were still in its infancy. These early games were usually pixelated, lacked details and suffered low frame rates. Rendering complex scenes in real time requires a lot of processing power and memory, which many computers at the time simply didn't have. To achieve a higher level of fidelity, developers thought of a solution. They'd create highly detailed environments, characters and objects, then render them on powerful PCs as static images or sequences of images. All assets were created with a fixed isometric perspective. This means they are viewed diagonally from above. Despite their static nature, isometric pre-rendered graphics can create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality through clever use of shading, lighting and perspective techniques. Since these games didn't require rendering most or any of their assets in real time, developers could pack them with far more detail than the true 3D counterparts. This particular art style was most prominently seen in role-playing, strategy and management games. I'd say the golden age started with the first Diablo in 1997 and ended around the start of 2003 with SimCity 4. Occasionally you'd still stumble upon a game using this art style, but by the end of 2004 it had largely become obsolete. Which leads me to the question, why was this technique mostly abandoned by the mid-2000s? The whole reason this technique was used in the first place was due to hardware limitations. However, as we entered the mid-2000s, rapid advancements in new graphics hardware and rendering techniques emerged. These advancements made it possible to render 3D graphics in real time that didn't look like a slideshow.
It's pretty clean, smooth-looking animation considering compared to the Doom type stuff.
Oh, how the times have changed. Another reason for the switch to 3D is the limitation of pre-rendered graphics in terms of interactivity and adaptability. As games evolved to become more complex, the use of pre-rendered graphics became increasingly impractical. The same applied to the development of pre-rendered graphics. If you wanted to change an asset, you couldn't simply tweak it, you had to fully re-render it. Being able to tweak a model within a couple of clicks meant developers could work a lot faster. You're inclined to think that was it for the aesthetic, right? Well, I'm happy to report it's made a bit of a comeback, especially in the indie scene. It seems I'm not the only one who still adores that pre-rendered look. Obsidian Entertainment released a game called Pillars of Eternity in 2015, developed by CRPG veterans like Josh Sawyer, Tim Kaine, or painting loose pre-rendered graphics and go games in this style called active, but don't use classic games as man do AAA studios.
Excuse me. I'm gonna end my stream here, guys. It's 5.5 hours. Thank